Welcome, dear friend, to this moment of sacred pause, an invitation to embark upon a truly peaceful journey with Buddha stories. As these words gently unfold, allow them to initiate the creation of a sanctuary within your own being, a tranquil, inviolable space where the relentless clamor of the external world gradually begins to recede. Your current posture, whether you find yourself nestled in the profound comfort of your bed, consciously preparing for the deep restorative embrace of sleep, or perhaps seeking a serene reprieve amidst the bustling, often overwhelming demands of your day, is perfectly suited for this unique exploration. Regardless of the specific circumstances that have guided you to this precise moment, let a deep, comforting knowing settle within you. You are unequivocally exactly where you need to be. This space, this present moment, is not merely a void, but a vibrant living haven, consciously imbued with an inherent safety, a nurturing quality specifically designed to facilitate profound healing, to foster a deeper, more expansive understanding of yourself, and to gently usher in an era of truly deep rest. Rest not just for the weary body, but for the intricate tapestry of your entire being. Tonight, our shared journey will lead us through the gentle, yet remarkably profound wisdom woven into the very fabric of Zen Buddhist traditions. These are not rigid dogmas or prescriptive doctrines. Rather, they are compassionate, insightful perspectives distilled over centuries of direct experience and contemplation that offer a fresh, illuminating lens through which to perceive and interpret the myriad messages your body constantly conveys. Imagine, if you will, a language spoken not in the familiar cadence of human words, but in the rich, subtle, and at times undeniably resonant sensations of your physical form. These ancient teachings, having offered solace, clarity, and illumination to countless souls across millennia, serve as a timeless and essential reminder of a fundamental, often overlooked truth. Our physical experiences and our spiritual journey are not distinct or divergent paths. On the contrary, they are intimately interwoven, an intricate, singular journey unfolding in perfect, harmonious rhythm. There is no separation, only a continuous, flowing reality where every aspect of your existence dances in an intricate ballet of connection. As you allow yourself to sink deeper into the experience of listening, release any inclination to do. There is no task, no achievement, no goal. Simply breathe, allowing these words to envelop you, to wash over your consciousness, like the gentle cleansing descent of soft rain, dissolving tension and inviting a profound sense of ease. In the liminal quietude that precedes the descent into sleep, when the frenetic energy of the world around us begins to settle and grow still, a precious and often overlooked opportunity emerges. This is the moment to listen truly. Listen to the profound whispers and resonant calls of our own bodies. For many of us, the experience of physical discomfort is a persistent companion, perhaps a chronic dull ache that resides stubbornly in the lower back, a knot of relentless tension tightening across the shoulders and neck, or a pervasive sense of discomfort that defies clear explanation or obvious physical origin. It is crucial to acknowledge that modern medicine, with its remarkable advancements, offers an array of valuable treatments and diagnostic tools for these and countless other conditions. These approaches hold their rightful and indispensable place in our pursuit of well-being, providing essential interventions and insights. However, our exploration tonight invites us to delve into another dimension of understanding a perspective that transcends the purely mechanistic view of the body. Here we begin to perceive our physical form not merely as a biological entity, a collection of organs and systems, but as a vessel of profound wisdom, a living, breathing library of information. Consider for a moment the revolutionary idea that your body is engaged in a constant, intricate communication with you. This dialogue is not conducted through spoken words, through the language of human speech, but through the rich, multifaceted tapestry of sensations. Each subtle ache, every stubborn area of tension, every fleeting flutter of discomfort, no matter how seemingly insignificant, is not a random occurrence. These are, in fact, messages meticulously written in the very language of feeling. What if that persistent throbbing headache, or that mysterious pain that has eluded full explanation from conventional medical diagnoses, is actually your body engaging in an urgent attempt to convey something deeper to you? What if indeed physical discomfort sometimes serves as a direct reflection of underlying spiritual or emotional patterns that are earnestly seeking your awareness, yearning to be acknowledged and integrated into your conscious understanding? This is not to diminish the reality of physical pathology, but to expand our capacity for holistic comprehension. For millennia, across diverse cultures and throughout the rich tapestry of human history, wisdom traditions have consistently recognized and articulated this intimate, inextricable connection between our physical sensations and our inner subjective experience. This recognition is not merely a philosophical curiosity, but a fundamental principle of human existence. The Zen Buddhist tradition, in particular, illuminates this truth with exceptional clarity, offering us the profoundly beautiful and transformative concept of Shinshin Ichinyo. This phrase, often translated as body and mind as one, encapsulates a radical departure from the dualistic thinking prevalent in many Western perspectives, which often separates the physical and the mental into two distinct, often opposing realms. In the Zen view, they are not two separate entities, but rather a single flowing reality, inextricably interwoven, mutually influencing, and continuously manifesting as different aspects of the same unified whole. To truly grasp Shinshin Ichinyo is to move beyond intellectual understanding and towards an embodied realization. It means recognizing that the thoughts you entertain, the emotions you feel, the spiritual truths you seek, and the physical sensations you experience are all expressions of this singular, interconnected reality. When we begin to understand this profound unity, a profound shift occurs within our perception. We unlock new pathways for healing pathways that transcend the mere alleviation of symptoms. Instead, we begin to address the sources of our discomfort, delving into the root causes that may manifest physically, emotionally, or spiritually. This holistic approach acknowledges that true healing extends far beyond superficial remedies. It invites a deeper integration of all aspects of self. Now, as these insights begin to settle within your awareness, allow yourself to breathe deeply. Consciously, deliberately feel the gentle rhythmic dance of your breath as it enters and leaves your body. This act, so fundamental to life, becomes a powerful anchor in the present moment, a direct pathway to inner calm. With each inhalation, imagine a wave of fresh, revitalizing energy flowing effortlessly into every single cell of your being. Visualize this energy as a vibrant, luminous current, nourishing, replenishing, and awakening. And with each exhalation, allow any accumulated tension, any stress or worry to simply melt away. Release it, letting it dissolve into the vastness of the space around you, like vapor disappearing into the air. This simple yet profound awareness of the breath is not merely a relaxation technique. It is a cornerstone of Zen practice, the very foundation upon which deeper states of presence are built. It serves as a living, tangible bridge between the conscious and unconscious aspects of yourself, a direct conduit to the deeper intelligence that guides your bodily functions without your explicit command. In Zen, the breath is often referred to as the mind's horse, a vehicle through which we can gather our scattered awareness and bring it back to the here and now. It is constantly present, always accessible, and utterly neutral, making it the perfect focal point for cultivating mindfulness. Through mindful breathing, we learn to observe without judgment, to simply be with the natural flow of life as it expresses itself through the body. This practice fosters a profound sense of self-awareness, allowing us to tune in to the subtle shifts and communications that our body continually offers. It quietens the incessant chatter of the analytical mind, creating a fertile ground for deeper insights and intuitive knowing to emerge. This isn't about controlling the breath or manipulating it, but rather about witnessing its inherent wisdom, its natural rhythm, and allowing that rhythm to harmonize and regulate your entire system. The more we connect with the breath, the more we connect with the profound unity of our body and mind, opening ourselves to the transformative potential of Shinshin Ichinyo. This foundational practice cultivates a state of calm vigilance, an engaged relaxation where the body finds ease and the mind becomes spacious. It is in this state that the body's subtle messages become clearer, no longer drowned out by the noise of ceaseless thought or the gripping of physical tension. The breath acts as a natural purifier, both physically by bringing in fresh oxygen and expelling waste, and energetically by clearing stagnant energy and promoting circulation. Consider the implications of this simple yet powerful practice. If the body and mind are truly one, then influencing one inevitably affects the other. By consciously engaging with your breath, you are not only calming your nervous system and relaxing your muscles, but you are also actively fostering a more harmonious mental and emotional state. The very act of deep, deliberate breathing signals safety to your brain, shifting you out of sympathetic fight-or-flight dominance and into parasympathetic rest and digest activation. This biological shift underpins the profound sense of peace and openness that mindful breathing cultivates, creating the ideal internal environment for deeper self-exploration and healing. It is a testament to the innate wisdom of your own being that such a simple, accessible tool can unlock such profound states of well-being. This is not merely a philosophical idea. It is a lived, felt experience accessible to everyone at any moment, simply by turning attention to the breath. The breath, therefore, is not just a mechanism for survival. It is a profound spiritual teacher constantly guiding us back to the present, reminding us of our interconnectedness and offering a continuous opportunity for renewal and transformation. The initial welcome, the invitation to settle, and the foundational explanation of Shinshin Ichinyo, combined with the deep dive into the breath as a cornerstone of Zen practice, sets the stage for a holistic exploration of the body's wisdom. This chapter serves as the crucial entry point, establishing the mindset of acceptance, non-judgment, and open curiosity necessary for the subsequent journey through different bodily regions and their unique communications. By emphasizing the unity of body and mind from the outset, it reframes physical sensations not as isolated problems, but as integral parts of a larger, meaningful narrative of self. The sheer accessibility of the breath, presented as a universal anchor, offers a practical and immediate method for listeners to begin engaging with these concepts in an embodied way, even before understanding all the theoretical underpinnings. This deep engagement with the opening moments prepares the listener for a journey of self-discovery where the physical and the spiritual are seamlessly intertwined, paving the way for profound insights and sustained healing. As you continue to breathe naturally, letting the gentle, unwavering rhythm of your breath be your most trusted guide, let's embark on a deeper, more intimate exploration of how different areas of your body are constantly communicating with you. This is not an academic exercise, but a practice of mindful listening, a cultivation of an inner ear attuned to the subtle language of sensation. Remember, throughout this entire exploration, the guiding principle is one of profound respect for your unique experience. There is absolutely no judgment here, no right or wrong way to feel or interpret. Only an open-hearted curiosity and an unwavering compassion for yourself and the incredible complexity of your own being. It's vital to reiterate that these perspectives rooted in ancient wisdom are not intended to replace necessary medical care or professional advice. Instead, they are offered as complementary insights, providing a deeper, richer dimension of understanding that honors your whole being, mind, body, and spirit as one unified system. We begin our journey at the very apex of your physical form. The head sits the crown of your being. The head, the locus of our conscious thought, our analytical mind, and our intellectual faculties, is a powerhouse of activity. Yet this constant mental engagement, while essential for navigating the modern world, can often become overwhelming. If you frequently experience headaches or persistent tension in your head region, Zen wisdom gently invites you to pause and consider a profound question. Are you perhaps living too much in thoughts? Is your analytical mind perpetually working overtime, ceaselessly striving to solve every perceived problem, to control every outcome, to analyze every nuance through thinking alone? In our hyper-intellectualized society, there's an immense pressure to figure things out, to rely almost exclusively on cognitive processes. This relentless mental churn, however, can manifest physically as pressure tightness or a throbbing sensation in the head, a direct signal from your body indicating cognitive overload. The Japanese Zen concept of mushin, often translated as no mind, does not advocate for an empty or mindless state, but rather for a mind that is free from fixed ideas, preconceptions, and the incessant chattering of conceptual thought. It teaches us that our deepest, most profound wisdom often emerges not from relentless intellectual effort, but when we allow the thinking mind to rest, to quiet, and to simply observe without immediately labeling or judging. Your headaches, therefore, might be gentle, insistent reminders from your inner wisdom, inviting you to find a crucial balance between thinking and being, between the ceaseless process of analysis and the profound state of intuitive presence. It's about recognizing that while thought is a powerful tool, It is not the entirety of your consciousness, nor the sole source of understanding. Ancient Buddhist texts speak of the head as our connection point to higher awareness, to universal consciousness, and to the wellspring of intuitive knowing. When this area feels constricted, heavy, or painfully tight, it might subtly reflect a disconnection from your intuitive wisdom, from that inner knowing that transcends logic and linear thought. Perhaps your body, through these sensations, is earnestly inviting you to trust something beyond thoughts, the profound, often silent knowing that resides in moments of stillness, in deep presence in the vast open spaces between your busy, often anxious thoughts. It's the wisdom that arises when you are simply being rather than constantly doing or thinking. This isn't about abandoning intellectual pursuits, but integrating them with a deeper, more expansive way of knowing that originates from a more fundamental level of consciousness. As you continue to breathe with gentle awareness, now imagine a soothing, luminous energy flowing effortlessly into your entire head region. You don't need to force this feeling or strive to change any sensations. Simply allow your awareness to rest here with kindness. This deliberate act of bringing gentle, non-judgmental attention to an area of discomfort, even without a conscious intention to fix it, often creates a spaciousness within that very discomfort. This spaciousness in turn can initiate a process of natural healing, as the body, sensing your receptive presence, feels safe enough to begin releasing held tension and restoring balance. It's a profound testament to the power of compassionate attention. The simple act of noticing with kindness can be the most potent catalyst for transformation. This is the essence of mindfulness, not judging, but simply observing with an open heart. Moving our gentle awareness downwards, we arrive at the neck, that vital, flexible bridge, connecting the head, the seat of thought, to the heart, the center of our emotional life. The neck's remarkable anatomical design allows your head to turn freely, granting you the physical ability to see different perspectives and angles of the world around you. Therefore, it is no coincidence that pain or stiffness in this region might metaphorically reflect a certain rigidity in viewpoint, a subtle or sometimes not so subtle reluctance to consider situations from various angles, to entertain alternative interpretations, or to shift your entrenched opinions. In the expansive practice of Zen flexibility of mind, known as Nonen Shin, or supple mind, is profoundly valued. It is the cultivated ability to adapt to changing circumstances, to see beyond our habitual, often limiting perspectives, and to remain open to new information without clinging rigidly to old beliefs. Your neck might be providing a physical manifestation of this inner rigidity, gently nudging you toward greater mental and emotional suppleness. Beyond its role in physical flexibility, your neck also powerfully represents the crucial integration of thought and feeling, of mind and heart. Discomfort here might subtly ask, is there harmony between what you think and what you feel? Are your actions genuinely aligned with your deeper values and your heart's authentic wisdom? Often we encounter a disconnect between our intellectual understanding of what we should do or believe and the truth of what our heart genuinely feels or desires. This internal discord can create a palpable tension that registers in the neck, as if the very bridge between these two vital centers is under strain. The Buddha, in his profound teachings, emphasized the paramount importance of right view samadhi, which is the ability to see clearly, to perceive reality without the distortions of delusion, craving, or aversion. Perhaps your neck, through its discomfort, is inviting you to align your perceptions more closely with your heart's intuitive wisdom, to bridge the gap between logical thought and emotional truth, and to ensure that your actions are a genuine reflection of your deepest, most integrated self. As you continue to breathe, allow your awareness to gently, lovingly surround your entire neck area. Notice any sensations present, whether it's tension, warmth, coolness, or a subtle ache, without trying to change them, without judgment, and without the impulse to immediately fix them. Simply observe them as they are. In this simple, compassionate act of noticing, of holding space for whatever is present, you are already initiating a profound healing dialogue with your body's innate wisdom. This mindful presence allows the body to feel heard, to feel acknowledged, and in that acknowledgement, often a natural softening and release can begin to occur. It is an act of deep self-care, honoring the interconnectedness that Zen so beautifully illuminates. The throat center, a vital anatomical region, is deeply significant in many wisdom traditions as the primary nexus for expression and truth. It acts as the physical and energetic gateway through which we communicate our innermost reality, our thoughts, feelings, desires, and truths to the world around us. Therefore, persistent sore throats, chronic voice issues like hoarseness or loss of voice, or any recurring discomfort in this delicate region might be posing profound questions to your conscious awareness. Are you speaking your truth? Are there words, emotions, or insights that desperately need to be expressed, to be brought forth from your inner world into the light of shared experience? Or conversely, are there words that would be far better left unspoken, held in mindful silence, or perhaps released in a more constructive manner? Zen Buddhism places tremendous emphasis on the principle of right speech, samavaka, as an integral part of the Eightfold Path. This profound teaching guides us towards communication that is not only truthful, but also helpful, kind, and timely. It's about discerning when to speak and when to remain silent, recognizing the profound power and potential impact of every word we utter. Your throat, through its sensations, may be inviting you to deeply examine how you wield this immense power of words. Are you expressing yourself authentically, without pretense or suppression, allowing your true voice to resonate? Are you in equal measure, listening deeply and receptively to others, hearing not just their words, but the unspoken nuances and underlying intentions? And are you consciously allowing silence its rightful and potent place in your communication? Understanding that true connection often blossoms in the spaces between words. The Buddha once imparted a timeless wisdom. Words have the power to both destroy and heal. When words are both true and kind, they can change our world. This teaching underscores the transformative potential of mindful communication. Your throat center, therefore, might be urging you to cultivate a deeper level of mindfulness in how you express yourself, ensuring that your words align with your inner truth and compassion, and equally how you receive the expressions of others, fostering an environment of genuine understanding and an empathy. As you continue to breathe gently, allow your awareness to rest in your throat area again, without judgment or analytical thought. Simply notice the sensations present, perhaps a slight constriction, a feeling of openness, or a subtle vibration. Your body, with its profound innate intelligence, inherently knows how to move toward balance and wholeness when it is given the invaluable gift of your kind, non-interfering attention. This gentle presence is a powerful act of acknowledgement, signaling to your body that you are listening, that you are receptive, and that you trust its inherent capacity for self-regulation and healing. This cultivation of mindful speech and compassionate listening, beginning with the internal dialogue of the throat, extends outward to shape the quality of all our relationships and interactions. The exploration of the head, neck, and throat offers a microcosm of the profound Shinshin Ichinyo principle. We see how the relentless activity of the mind headaches, tension in the head, can manifest physically, and how the quality of our expression and our ability to shift perspective, neck stiffness, throat discomfort, are not merely physical ailments, but reflections of deeper psychological and emotional patterns. The Zen approach does not attempt to isolate these issues. Instead, it encourages an integrated understanding. A persistent headache, for example, might be addressed not just with medication, but with practices that calm the mind. Meditation, mindful breathing examine underlying thought patterns. Are you overthinking or trying to control too much? And encourage the integration of intuition over pure analysis. Similarly, neck pain could be a physical manifestation of feeling stuck or inflexible in a situation, while throat issues might point to unexpressed truths or difficulty in communicating authentically. In Zen, the emphasis on direct experience is paramount. It's not enough to intellectually understand that body and mind are one. We are invited to feel it, to experience it in the sensations of our own being. When we consciously bring attention to an area of discomfort, we are not just observing a physical symptom. We are engaging in a direct dialogue with our entire system, acknowledging its messages and creating an internal environment conducive to healing. This is an active form of self-care, a profound act of self-compassion that acknowledges the body not as a separate entity to be managed or fixed, but as a wise and interconnected partner in our journey. This deep, non-judgmental listening allows us to move beyond mere symptom management to a more profound understanding of the root causes, enabling more holistic and sustainable healing. The body, when listened to with kindness, will always guide us towards what it needs for balance and well-being. It is a constant, faithful companion, and learning its language is a key to unlocking deeper levels of peace and health. Moving our gentle awareness downwards, we arrive at the heart center, that profound pulsing core of our being, universally recognized across countless spiritual traditions as the true seat of our emotional life. In the deeply resonant philosophy of Zen Buddhism, this vital area holds an even more expansive significance. It is often referred to as kokoro, a term that transcends the simple English translation of heart or mind, encompassing the unified concept of heart-mind. This fusion signifies that our deepest knowing, our truest essence, and our capacity for compassion and wisdom all reside in this integrated center. Physical discomfort in your chest area, perhaps a persistent tightness, occasional heart palpitations, always necessitating medical evaluation first, or unexplained breathing difficulties, may indeed have clear medical causes that demand attention and professional care. However, beyond these physiological explanations, these symptoms might also subtly yet powerfully reflect deeper emotional patterns, seeking acknowledgement, yearning to be seen, felt, and integrated. Consider the possibility that your heart might be carrying the silent weight of unprocessed grief losses that have never been fully mourned, sorrows that linger beneath the surface of conscious awareness. Or perhaps past hurts wounds inflicted by difficult experiences or relationships have inadvertently created protective barriers, metaphorical armor around your capacity to feel deeply, to connect authentically, to experience the full spectrum of joy and vulnerability that life offers. This protective mechanism, while initially serving a purpose, can inadvertently constrict the very essence of your being, leading to physical manifestations of emotional stagnation. The profound Buddhist practice of metta, or loving kindness, offers a potent antidote to such constriction. It begins not with grand gestures towards others, but with the radical act of extending unconditional compassion towards yourself. This means directing kindness, understanding, and acceptance, especially towards those parts of your experience that feel wounded, vulnerable, or even those aspects you might typically judge as weak or unacceptable. A beautiful Zen story passed down through generations illustrates this fundamental truth. A student, earnest and sincere, once approached his revered teacher and asked, "Master, what is the most important thing?" The teacher, without hesitation, replied simply, "An open heart." This seemingly simple answer encapsulates a profound truth. Genuine connection, true wisdom, and deep healing all flow from a heart that remains open, receptive, and willing to embrace all of life's experiences, both pleasant and painful. Whatever your heart has traversed, whether the ecstatic peaks of joy, the profound depths of sorrow, the tender solace of connection, or the sharp sting of loss, it continues its remarkable, unwavering rhythm. Moment by moment, it beats faithfully, sustaining your very life, acting as the tireless engine of your existence, often without your conscious acknowledgement. This extraordinary, remarkable organ, the very engine of your life, intrinsically deserves your deep friendship, your understanding, and your profound appreciation. Breathe gently now, consciously directing the flow of your breath into your heart space. Imagine your breath not just as air, but as a soft, luminous light gently illuminating this vital center with warmth, acceptance, and a profound sense of ease. You might silently offer words of deep appreciation to your heart for its constant, unfailing service, for its tireless commitment to your life, for its unfailing rhythm that persists even when you are utterly unaware of its miraculous work. This conscious act of acknowledging and appreciating your heart fosters a sense of gratitude, shifting your internal environment from one of neglect or unconscious demand to one of loving recognition. This quality of gentle, appreciative presence, cultivated through mindful breathing, creates an inner sanctuary where the heart feels safe to open, to release held emotions, and to restore its natural state of balance and openness. Embracing and surrounding your heart, your lungs serve as the magnificent bridge connecting you to the expansive living world through the most fundamental of all acts, breath. Every single inhalation brings the outside world fresh air, life-giving oxygen, and subtle energies into the very core of your being. It is an act of profound receiving and opening to the sustenance that the universe continually offers. Conversely, every exhalation is an act of letting go of returning something of yourself, carbon dioxide, spent energy, and a subtle energetic signature to the greater whole participating in the vast interconnected cycle of life. This constant exchange is a metaphor for our very existence, receiving what we need and giving back to the world. Therefore, difficulties with breathing beyond their clear medical implications, which always require professional attention, might also subtly reflect not just physical conditions, but our profound relationship with receiving and giving, with allowing life to flow through us without self-imposed restriction. Are you finding it challenging to receive the support, love, or opportunities that life offers? Or perhaps you are holding back, struggling to give your unique gifts, your authentic self, or your compassion freely to the world. Breathing difficulties can be a physical manifestation of these internal energetic blocks, a signal from your body that the natural rhythm of exchange is somehow impeded. It is no coincidence that Zen meditation profoundly begins and ends with an unwavering awareness of breath. This isn't about controlling the breath, forcing it into a particular rhythm, or manipulating it to achieve a desired state. Instead, it is about simply witnessing its natural rhythm, observing each inhalation and exhalation as it arises without judgment, without interference. This act of pure witnessing, this non-interfering presence, can itself usher in profound relaxation and a deep sense of calm. As your nervous system recognizes that there is no need for struggle, that all is well in this moment, that you are safely held in the boundless embrace of the present moment, it naturally shifts from a state of vigilance to one of ease. This fundamental awareness of breath cultivates a deep sense of trust in life's intrinsic processes, reinforcing the understanding that you are supported and sustained simply by being. Take several deep, nourishing breaths now. As you do, feel how your entire torso expands, your chest, your abdomen, even your back, to receive the breath fully, generously. Then feel how it naturally, effortlessly releases it. This remarkable rhythm, this constant life-sustaining ebb and flow, has been with you since your very first moment of life, that initial gasp of existence, and will remain with you until your last. It is perhaps the most fundamental and universally accessible meditation. There is this simple, profound attention to the everyday miracle of breathing, a constant reminder of life's preciousness and its unending flow. Through this practice, the lungs become not just respiratory organs, but active participants in your spiritual journey, guiding you deeper into the present moment and into the vast interconnectedness of all life. Continuing our journey inwards, we arrive at your digestive system, that intricate and tireless region responsible for processing not just the literal food you take in from the world, but metaphorically, how you digest life's events themselves. Stomach discomfort, chronic digestive issues like indigestion or bloating or imbalances in this sensitive area are incredibly common in our fast-paced, often overstimulated modern life. Beyond the undeniable physical causes like diet food sensitivities or bacterial imbalances which absolutely warrant medical attention, this entire region frequently reflects our deeper relationship with experience itself. Are you struggling to process difficult emotions or challenging situations? Are you finding it hard to stomach certain realities or truths? Zen practice includes the mindful and revered act of mindful eating, known as oryoki. This practice involves paying full, undivided attention to the taste, texture, aroma, and the profound nourishment that food provides. It's an exercise in presence, transforming a mundane act into a spiritual discipline. This mindfulness naturally extends beyond food to how we consume everything that enters our system. The vast ocean of information we absorb daily, the complexities of our relationships, the accumulation of material possessions, and even the intensity of our emotional experiences. Your digestive system, therefore, might be subtly but powerfully asking, what am I struggling to process or accept in my life? Am I taking in more than I truly need? Not just in terms of food, but in terms of stimulation, digital information, social obligations, or overwhelming emotional intensity. The Buddha, in his profound wisdom, taught the middle way, Majjhima Patipada, a path of moderation, balance, and skillful avoidance of extremes. This timeless wisdom applies beautifully and directly to our relationship with consumption of all kinds. It encourages us to find harmony, to avoid both excessive indulgence and harsh self-deprivation. Perhaps your digestive system, through its signals, is inviting you toward a greater state of balance, toward a more discerning approach to what you allow into your inner world, toward taking in just what truly serves your highest good, your well-being, and your spiritual growth. It's about conscious choices, not rigid rules. As you breathe, allow your awareness to gently, caringly surround your stomach and intestines. Feel the soft expansion and contraction with each breath, noticing any sensations present without judgment. These remarkable organs work tirelessly, often unnoticed, to nourish you, to extract what is beneficial from what you consume, and to release what is no longer needed. In their inherent wisdom, in their constant process of receiving and releasing lies, a powerful metaphor for skillful living. Receive what serves you, let go of what doesn't, all with a sense of equanimity and a deep, abiding trust in the process of life's continuous flow. This conscious engagement with your digestive center cultivates a sense of gratitude for its tireless work and can empower you to make more mindful choices about what you consume on all levels, fostering a deeper sense of internal harmony and well-being. The liver, a magnificent and tirelessly working organ, holds a significant place in both Eastern and Western healing traditions. Beyond its crucial role in detoxification and metabolism, it is powerfully associated with the processing of emotions, particularly those intense feelings such as anger, frustration, and resentment. When these powerful emotions become chronic, suppressed, or remain unexpressed in a healthy way, they can profoundly affect the function and well-being of this vital organ, creating energetic stagnation or imbalance. Liver issues, therefore, might be asking you to consider deeply, where am I holding on to anger, perhaps unknowingly, in my life? What long-standing resentments am I carrying that are now ready to be released, to be transmuted into something lighter and more freeing? The Buddhist practice of forgiveness is often misunderstood. It is not about condoning harmful actions, excusing injustice, or pretending that past hurts didn't occur. Rather, it is a radical act of freeing yourself from the heavy burden of carrying resentment. Holding onto anger and resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. It primarily harms the one who holds it. Forgiveness in this context does not mean suppressing legitimate feelings or feigning an all-is-well facade when it isn't. Instead, it means acknowledging the full, unvarnished truth of your experience, the pain, the anger, the injustice, while consciously choosing not to be defined or limited by those past hurts. It is the liberation from the emotional chains that bind you to the past. Thich Nhat Hanh, the beloved Zen master and peace activist, eloquently offered this timeless wisdom. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. you are the one who gets burned. This powerful metaphor vividly illustrates the self-inflicted suffering that arises from unreleased anger and resentment. Your liver, through its physical signals, might be extending a profound invitation to you to examine where you can release emotional burdens that no longer serve your highest good, that are actively hindering your well-being and preventing you from moving forward with a lighter heart. Breathe gently now, allowing your deep awareness to settle and rest in the area of your liver located predominantly on your right side beneath your ribs. This remarkable organ performs hundreds of essential complex functions every single day to maintain your health and vitality. It truly deserves your friendship, your understanding, and the precious gift of emotional balance that comes from processing feelings as they arise, allowing them to flow through you rather than becoming rigidly stored and stagnant within your system. By bringing mindful, compassionate attention to your liver, you acknowledge its tireless work and support its natural capacity for cleansing and balance, not just physically, but emotionally and energetically as well. This practice fosters a deeper appreciation for the intricate wisdom of your body and its profound connection to your emotional landscape. According to many ancient healing traditions, the kidneys are deeply related to our most fundamental fears, particularly those surrounding survival and security. These two vital organs, nestled in your lower back, tirelessly filter your blood, meticulously maintaining the delicate balance of fluids, electrolytes, and minerals that are absolutely essential for sustaining your life. When kidney function is compromised, it might, beyond obvious physiological causes, also subtly reflect deeper, persistent patterns of fear or anxiety that have become chronic, quietly eroding your sense of fundamental safety and well-being. These aren't necessarily acute conscious fears, but often deeply ingrained subconscious anxieties about livelihood, future, or a pervasive feeling of not being safe in the world. Zen Buddhism offers us the profound concept of non-fear, sometimes articulated as fearless wisdom, not as the complete absence of fear, which is an unrealistic expectation for any human being, but as the cultivated capacity to be with fear without being controlled by it. Fear arises naturally and instinctively in certain situations. It is an ancient protective mechanism designed to alert us to potential danger. The true suffering, however, comes not from the initial sensation of fear itself, but from our resistance to it, our rigid identification with it, and the deep-seated belief that we are our fears. We often become tangled in the stories about fear rather than simply observing the sensation of fear as it passes through our system. As the Buddha wisely said, fear is a natural reaction to moving closer to the truth. Sometimes what we fear most is not an external danger, but our own profound capacity for awakening, for living fully, for embracing our authentic power and vulnerability. This fear of our own potential, our own truth, can manifest as a subtle, pervasive anxiety that impacts our most fundamental sense of security. Your kidneys, through their energetic and physical well-being, might be gently asking you to examine your relationship with fear itself, to recognize where protective caution, once a necessary survival mechanism, has perhaps become a limiting avoidance, preventing you from fully engaging with life's rich experiences. Are you avoiding opportunities, relationships, or truths out of an ingrained fear of the unknown, or a deeply held belief in your own inadequacy? As you continue to breathe naturally, Allow your awareness to gently, kindly surround your kidney region. Feel the subtle sensations in this area. These remarkable organs are constantly meticulously working to maintain your body's delicate internal balance, a silent, continuous miracle of self-regulation. They truly deserve your deep appreciation, your understanding, and the fundamental sense of basic safety that comes from recognizing your intrinsic belonging in the vast interconnected web of life. By bringing compassionate attention to your kidneys, you acknowledge their vital role and support their capacity to filter not just physical toxins, but also the subtle energetic imprints of fear, fostering a deeper sense of grounded security and inner peace. This practice invites a profound trust in your inherent capacity to navigate life's challenges, even when fear arises, by cultivating a courageous presence that is larger than any fleeting emotion. The journey through the heart-lungs, digestive system, liver, and kidneys powerfully illustrates the Zen Buddhist principle of Shinshin Ichin-yo, body and mind as one. Each of these vital centers, while performing distinct physiological functions, is also intimately intertwined with our emotional landscape, our ability to process life, and our fundamental sense of safety and connection. The heart, as the emotional core, directly influences our capacity for love, compassion, and emotional resilience. Its physical well-being reflects our ability to give and receive deeply. The lungs, as the interface between inner and outer worlds, mirror our comfort with giving and receiving, our willingness to allow life to flow through us unimpeded. The digestive system, our internal processor, reflects our capacity to stomach life's realities and maintain balance in consumption. The liver, a metabolic powerhouse, is also a crucible for our most intense emotions, particularly anger and resentment, and its health can speak to our journey of forgiveness and release. Finally, the kidneys, fundamental to our physical regulation, also hold the energetic signature of our deepest fears, offering us an opportunity to cultivate a profound sense of inner security and non-fear. When we experience discomfort or imbalance in any of these areas, Zen wisdom invites us to look beyond mere physical symptoms. It encourages us to ask, what is my body trying to tell me about my emotional state, my patterns of thought, or my relationship with the world? This integrated approach doesn't dismiss medical science. Rather, it enriches it by adding layers of meaning and opportunity for holistic intervention. A patient experiencing digestive issues, for example, might benefit not only from dietary changes, but also from mindful eating practices and an exploration of what emotions or life situations they are struggling to digest. Similarly, someone with liver discomfort might be encouraged to explore practices of forgiveness and anger release alongside conventional medical treatments. The common thread weaving through these explorations is the practice of mindful awareness and compassionate presence. By bringing gentle, non-judgmental attention to these bodily regions and the sensations within them, we initiate a profound dialogue with our own innate wisdom. This active listening allows the body to reveal its stories, its unexpressed emotions, and its deepest needs. It fosters a sense of partnership between our conscious mind and our physical form, moving away from a hierarchical relationship where the mind dictates to the body and towards a harmonious collaboration where the body's wisdom is honored and integrated. This is the essence of holistic healing in the Zen tradition, understanding that the path to well-being involves acknowledging and nurturing the intricate dance between all aspects of our unified being, body, mind, and spirit, working in perfect, flowing harmony. Through this deep listening, we unlock not just physical ease, but profound self-understanding and a deeper connection to the continuous transformative flow of life itself. Moving our mindful awareness to the lower abdomen, we arrive at a region revered in many profound traditions as the very core of our being, the seat of our creativity, vitality, and procreative energy. In Japanese Zen practice, this area holds particular significance, often referred to as the hara. It is considered not merely a physical space, but the very physical and energetic center of your entire being, the wellspring of your life force and inner strength. Cultivating deep, sustained awareness of the hara is central to numerous meditation traditions, including Zen, precisely because it serves to ground awareness firmly in the body, preventing it from becoming perpetually trapped in the ceaseless churning of analytical thought. When our attention resides in the hara, we move from conceptual understanding to embodied presence, connecting with a profound sense of stability that anchors us to the present moment. Discomfort or tension in this vital region might therefore reflect a deeper energetic or emotional story. It could signal blocked creative expression, a vital impulse that yearns to manifest but finds itself obstructed. Perhaps you have a project, an artistic endeavor, or a new way of living that is calling to you, but fear, self-doubt, or external circumstances are holding it captive. The hara, as the source of generative energy, will feel constricted when this natural flow of creation is impeded. This area can also subtly communicate unhealed relationship patterns, particularly those involving intimacy, trust, or the giving and receiving of love. Past wounds, betrayals, or unresolved conflicts can leave an energetic residue in this deeply vulnerable and receptive part of the body. When these patterns remain unacknowledged or unaddressed, they can manifest as physical discomfort, a constant tension reflecting the inner turmoil. Furthermore, pain or constriction in the lower abdomen might signal a disconnection from your vital life force itself, a sense of depletion, or an inability to tap into your innate wellspring of energy and enthusiasm. It is here that we connect to our raw, instinctual vitality, our animal self, and when that connection is severed, the body registers the disconnect. This powerful area, the hara, might be asking you profound questions. Have I truly honored my creative impulses? Am I allowing them to flow freely, or am I suppressing them out of fear or expectation? Have I given space for past wounds around intimacy or relationship to be acknowledged and healed, allowing true emotional release? Am I genuinely living from my own intrinsic center, or am I constantly seeking validation from external sources driven by fear of judgment or the need to please others? Zen practice encourages us to discover and find our true center, not as an abstract intellectual concept, but as a lived embodied experience of being deeply rooted in our authentic nature. When we operate from this grounded center, our actions acquire a fundamentally different quality. They become more direct, more honest, less reactive, and profoundly more in harmony with life itself. This groundedness allows for effortless action, where effort aligns with purpose and resistance dissolves into flow. As you breathe, allow your awareness to gently, caringly settle into your lower abdomen. Feel the soft, subtle movement of breath here, noticing how this region expands with each inhalation and gently contracts with each exhalation. This rhythmic dance is a direct connection to your deepest self. This region contains your physical center of gravity, the point around which your body naturally balances. Connecting with it brings a profound natural sense of stability and presence, anchoring you firmly to the present moment. Imagine yourself like a mighty tree, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, drawing sustenance and finding unshakable balance. In releasing tension in this area, you allow your energy to descend to ground and to recirculate, bringing a sense of calm strength that radiates throughout your entire being. This intentional focus on the hara is a gateway to cultivating effortless power and a serene, unshakable presence. Your spine, that remarkable intricate column of bones and nerves, is the literal backbone of your physical structure. It supports your entire upper body, houses your central nervous system, and provides the essential framework for all your movements. Unsurprisingly, it also carries immense, profound metaphorical significance. Back pain, a ubiquitous ailment in our modern world, affects millions. While physical factors like poor posture, sedentary lifestyles, repetitive strain, and suboptimal movement patterns undeniably play a significant role and demand appropriate physical interventions, there is almost always an energetic and emotional dimension to consider as well. The body does not exist in isolation from our inner world. In countless spiritual traditions across the globe, the spine powerfully represents concepts such as integrity support and the unwavering courage to stand in your truth. Therefore, persistent back pain might be asking you deeply searching questions. Am I carrying burdens that genuinely aren't mine to bear, perhaps out of a misguided sense of obligation or an inability to say no? Have I in some area of my life compromised my integrity, acting against my deepest values or beliefs? Am I diligently providing support for others, perhaps to the point of exhaustion, while simultaneously neglecting my own fundamental needs for support and self-care? These questions invite a profound self-reflection, urging you to examine the energetic and emotional loads you might be shouldering unconsciously. Zen meditation places great emphasis on proper posture, particularly during seated meditation, zazen. Practitioners are taught to sit like a mountain, with a straight but not rigid spine, allowing the natural curves to maintain alignment. This physical alignment is not merely an aesthetic choice. It powerfully reflects and supports a spiritual alignment. When the spine is erect and relaxed, it facilitates the flow of energy, enhances focus, and fosters a sense of inner dignity and stability. This physical posture embodies the Zen ideal of living in accordance with your deepest values, cultivating a sense of self-support through consistent self-care and establishing healthy, permeable boundaries. It also encourages maintaining flexibility in your approach to life, bending when necessary, without collapsing under pressure, much like a bamboo shoot in a strong wind. As you breathe, bring gentle, compassionate awareness to your entire spine, from its very base, the coccyx, all the way up to where it gracefully meets your skull, the atlas. This remarkable structure supports you unfailingly throughout your entire life, enabling both profound stability and fluid movement. It endures countless stresses and strains, adapts to your various postures, and tirelessly carries the weight of your existence. It therefore deserves your deepest respect, your gentle care, and the harmonious alignment that naturally arises from living in congruence with your authentic nature. By cultivating this mindful awareness of your spine, you honor its tireless service and empower yourself to stand taller, both literally and metaphorically, in your own truth. Your legs and feet form the very bedrock of your physical being, your fundamental foundation, your profound connection to the earth. They are the primary instruments that enable movement, exploration, and the literal journey through your life. They bear your weight, adapt to varied terrains, and provide the propulsion for forward momentum. Therefore, persistent pain or discomfort in these crucial areas might directly reflect your deeper relationship with your path in life, your sense of direction, your feeling of stability, or your fundamental willingness to move forward on your chosen journey. Are you feeling uncertain about your life's direction, hesitant to take the next step, or lacking a sense of firm ground beneath you? Zen Buddhism thoughtfully includes walking meditation, known as kinhin, as an essential and revered practice. This integral component of Zen training profoundly recognizes that mindfulness isn't limited to seated stillness. Rather, it extends fluidly and powerfully to every aspect of movement as well. In kinhin, each deliberate step becomes a sacred opportunity for presence, for feeling the profound, unconditional connection between your foot and the earth that tirelessly supports you. This conscious engagement with the act of walking transforms a mundane activity into a profound spiritual discipline, anchoring you firmly in the here and now. Leg or foot pain beyond its purely physical causes might be asking you insightful questions. Do I feel truly grounded and secure in my current life path? Am I moving forward in genuine alignment with my deepest values, my authentic self? Am I maintaining a healthy, sustainable balance between movement and rest, between the active pursuit of doing and the essential receptivity of being? These questions invite introspection into the rhythm and direction of your life's journey. As you breathe, allow your awareness to flow downwards through your thighs, your knees, your calves, and all the way to your feet. These remarkable structures, often overlooked until they demand attention through discomfort, bear your entire weight, meticulously maintain your balance, and enable you to navigate through the complex, ever-changing terrain of the world. They are your constant companions, your direct link to the earth's nurturing energy. They profoundly deserve your deepest gratitude, your diligent care, and the steady, unwavering progress that naturally comes from taking one mindful, conscious step at a time. By honoring your legs and feet, you honor your journey and your capacity to walk your path with presence and inner strength. Your skin, the largest organ of your body, serves as your intricate, permeable boundary with the world. It is a remarkable interface constantly mediating between your internal reality and the external environment, protecting you while simultaneously allowing for essential exchange. This incredible organ speaks its own profound, unique language, and often skin conditions can reflect a deeper story. They might indicate a heightened sensitivity to your environment, whether it's allergens, pollutants, or even overwhelming social energies. They can also point to challenges with boundaries, suggesting areas where you might be absorbing too much from others, or conversely struggling to allow healthy connection. Furthermore, skin issues can be a manifestation of emotions seeking expression, feelings that are under your skin and demanding attention, such as irritation, frustration, or a sense of vulnerability. In Buddhist understanding, healthy boundaries are neither rigid, impenetrable walls that isolate us, nor a complete absence of protection that leaves us vulnerable to being overwhelmed. Rather, they are likened to mindful membranes, permeable yet discerning. They allow for genuine connection, for the vital exchange of energy and empathy, while simultaneously maintaining our inner integrity and protecting our core self from depletion or intrusion. Skin issues, therefore, might be asking, where do I need clearer, more conscious boundaries in my life? What am I absorbing from my environment, physically, emotionally, energetically, that doesn't truly serve me or my well-being? What inner truth or emotion needs to find healthy expression from within rather than being suppressed and manifesting on the surface? The profound Zen concept of just this, being fully, completely present with what is in this very moment, applies beautifully and powerfully to understanding and working with skin conditions. Instead of recoiling from rejecting or fighting against these physical manifestations, can you bring a gentle, non-judgmental curiosity to what is expressing itself through your skin? Can you meet the redness, the itch, the dryness, or the eruption with simple open awareness rather than immediate aversion? This non-judgmental awareness itself often creates a spaciousness and an acceptance that allows for natural healing to begin. When we stop resisting, what is energy that was bound in resistance can be freed for healing. As you breathe, imagine your breath gently touching your skin from the inside, a soft, soothing wave, bringing nourishment and ease to every single cell. Your skin has been with you since before your birth, a loyal, resilient companion, constantly renewing itself, constantly adapting and tirelessly protecting you from the external world. It profoundly deserves your deepest appreciation, your understanding, and the clarity of boundaries that allow you to engage with the world on your own terms, maintaining your integrity while remaining open to authentic connection. By honoring your skin, you honor your inherent right to feel safe, connected, and authentically expressed in the world. A crucial paramount understanding in this entire exploration is that none of this is about blame or judgment. Your body's messages are not punishments for past transgressions or evidence of personal failings. On the contrary, they are profound invitations to awareness, to deeper healing, and to a greater, more harmonious alignment between your physical experience and your deeper, authentic nature. This perspective aligns perfectly with the Buddhist understanding of karma, not as a punitive system of reward and punishment, but as the natural, intricate unfolding of causes and conditions. Karma, in this sense, acts as a profound teacher rather than a harsh judge, guiding us towards understanding the intricate web of interconnectedness that shapes our experience. Your body's patterns, therefore, are not condemning you. They are actively communicating with you, showing you precisely where energy may have become stuck, where healing may be needed, and where your conscious attention might best serve your highest good. This communication emerges not from a place of criticism or deficiency, but from the deep inherent wisdom that animates every single cell of your being. It is the body's innate intelligence ceaselessly striving for balance and wholeness, and its messages are always in service of that natural inclination. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from pain itself, but from our resistance to pain, our deeply ingrained judgments about it, and the stories we weave around it. When we instinctively fight against physical discomfort, contracting around it, and labeling it as an enemy to be defeated, we often inadvertently create a second layer of suffering, mental and emotional distress that compounds the original physical experience. This internal struggle amplifies the perceived pain, making it feel more pervasive and intractable. Zen practice offers a radical, liberating alternative, the practice of being present with sensation just as it is. This means neither aggressively pushing it away, nor clinging to it, or becoming entirely identified with it. In this spacious, non-reactive presence, we make a profound discovery. Even intense sensations naturally arise, change, and pass away. Nothing is truly permanent. Everything is in a state of constant flux, a continuous dance of arising and dissolving. By observing this impermanence, we loosen our grip on the idea that pain is a fixed, immutable entity, and we open ourselves to the possibility of its transformation. As you continue to breathe gently, notice if there's any area of your body that's currently speaking to you through sensation. Without immediately trying to change anything, can you simply bring a kind, compassionate awareness to this area? Can you listen to its message without immediately trying to fix, judge, or analyze it? This simple act of compassionate presence is the profound beginning of a healing dialogue with your body's innate wisdom, fostering a relationship built on trust, understanding, and acceptance. It is in this space of radical acceptance that true healing can unfold in its own time and in its own way. Toi hu. Toi setiep tuk vajoan, tiep theo morong noidung vakach fuong, fab tuk han jelam, viex voi kak tong, jep kua kothebao gom lang, ngasau ton binyakam, kuchasuk man hakua suhien dien long, to be van han dien kats mohin gyun guyen. Tio chikoang, sixenonstusum sepsen, to chomo joan vasebao, chuben ki huantang. Chapter 5. Practical Approaches to Your Body's Messages, Deep Listening and Compassionate Presence. 5.1. The Practice of Deep Listening Beyond the Surface of Symptoms. Now that we've begun to acknowledge the profound wisdom inherent in your body's communications, let's delve into some practical, actionable approaches for working with these messages. These methods draw directly from the timeless wellspring of Zen Buddhist traditions, always honoring the unique, intricate tapestry of your individual experience. The very first and perhaps most crucial step is the practice of deep listening. Our habitual inclination in the face of discomfort or symptoms is often to rush to silence them, to suppress the signal without fully understanding its source or its message. While this immediate urge is understandable, after all, who enjoys pain, it often bypasses a deeper layer of communication. This doesn't, let me be clear, mean ignoring sound medical advice or delaying necessary treatments. Rather, it means complementing conventional medical care with a cultivated inner awareness, creating a richer, more holistic approach to your well-being. Zen offers a foundational practice known as the body scan. This involves systematically moving your attention slowly and deliberately through your entire body, from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, with an attitude of profound, friendly curiosity. As you bring your awareness to each area, simply notice whatever sensations are present, without judgment, without analysis, and without any immediate agenda to change them. This simple yet powerful practice has an extraordinary capacity to reveal insights that the thinking mind alone cannot access. When we are caught in the loop of conceptual thought, we often create narratives about our body. My back always hurts. I'm so tense, rather than directly experiencing the sensations themselves. The body scan bypasses these narratives, bringing you into direct, unmediated contact with your present lived experience. Try it now if you feel inclined. Begin by gently bringing your attention to the crown of your head. Notice any sensations there, perhaps a subtle pressure, a tingling, or simply a neutral feeling. Then slowly, with deliberate kindness, allow your awareness to move downward like a soft beam of light. Move through your forehead, observing any tension or smoothness. Then to your eyes, noticing if they are soft or strained. Continue down to your cheeks and jaw, often areas where we hold unconscious tension from stress or unspoken words. Allow your attention to linger there, simply noticing. Then move to your neck and shoulders, feeling for any tightness or release. Proceed onward through your arms, hands, chest, abdomen, back, hips, legs, and feet. At each area, simply notice what sensations are present. There's absolutely no need to force a particular feeling or to strive for relaxation. The essence is simply acknowledging what is here in this moment without resistance. This kind of embodied awareness brings you into direct, unfiltered contact with your present experience, bypassing conceptual ideas about your body and inviting raw sensation. From this direct contact, a different kind of wisdom naturally arises, not as a thought or a logical conclusion, but as an intuitive knowing, a felt sense of what your body truly needs or is trying to communicate. This is active listening with your entire being. The second crucial approach is to honor emotions as they arise in your body. We've touched upon this in previous sections, but it bears deeper emphasis. It is a profound truth that many physical symptoms have strong emotional components stemming from feelings that have perhaps gone unacknowledged, suppressed, or unexpressed in healthy ways. Emotions like anger, grief, and fear are not merely abstract mental states. They are powerful, tangible physical experiences. When these energies are continually suppressed, ignored, or denied, they don't simply disappear. Instead, they can become deeply stored in the body's tissues, manifesting as chronic tension, persistent aches, digestive disturbances, or other seemingly inexplicable symptoms. The body, in its wisdom, will eventually find a way to communicate what the conscious mind has overlooked. Buddhism offers a liberating perspective on emotions. It teaches that emotions are like weather patterns. They arise naturally, they change, and given space, they will eventually pass. The suffering inherent in our emotional life comes not from having emotions themselves, for they are an intrinsic part of the human experience, but from either clinging to pleasant ones, desiring their permanence, or rejecting uncomfortable ones, resisting their presence. Both clinging and rejecting create internal friction and prevent the natural flow of emotional energy. The practice is to acknowledge all emotional states with equanimity, recognizing their temporary, impermanent nature. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent, but rather cultivating a spacious awareness that allows feelings to move through without being trapped by them. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh, a master of mindful living, offers this gentle yet profound guidance. Feelings come and go like clouds in a windy sky. Conscious breathing is my anchor. This beautiful metaphor underscores the power of the breath as a steady anchor in the ever-changing landscape of our inner world. When you notice a strong emotional energy arising in your body, perhaps a knot of fear in your stomach, a surge of anger in your chest, or the dull ache of sadness in your heart, can you simply acknowledge its presence? Instead of reacting to it, trying to push it away, or immediately feeding it with stories and judgments. I shouldn't feel this way. This is unbearable. Can you simply breathe with it? Allow it to be as it is, without adding more layers of resistance or commentary. This simple accepting presence often allows emotional energy to move to transform and to ultimately release, rather than becoming stubbornly stuck in the body. It's a radical act of self-acceptance and liberation. The third approach, and perhaps the most profound in its simplicity, is exploring the healing power of presence itself. Many spiritual traditions, and particularly Zen, emphasize that simply being fully present in the here and now has an enormous, often underestimated healing potential. When your attention is truly undivided, focused on the unfolding reality of this very moment, something extraordinary begins to happen. Energy that has been stagnant or stuck due to past fixations or future anxieties begins to flow freely. Deep-seated patterns, both physical and energetic, begin to shift and dissolve. In this state of genuine presence, healing becomes possible not through strenuous effort, but through a natural unfolding. The Zen teaching of being present with what is not a passive resignation to circumstances. On the contrary, it is an active, engaged participation with reality as it unfolds moment by precious moment. This presence, often cultivated through mindful meditation, is itself profoundly healing for both body and spirit alike. When we are truly present, the nervous system can relax, the mind can quiet, and the body's inherent capacity for self-regulation and repair can come to the forefront. It's like stepping out of a turbulent river and onto solid ground. The turbulence is still there, but you are no longer swept away by it. Practice bringing your full, undivided attention to this moment. Notice how your attention might typically be fragmented, divided between lingering regrets or planning for the future, among many different concerns or mental to-do lists. Instead, consciously choose to be fully here with what is. Notice the immediate sensations in your body, the feeling of the chair beneath you, the texture of your clothes against your skin, the subtle hum of your internal processes. Notice the sounds around you, the distant hum of traffic, the whisper of your own breath, the subtle shift in the air. Notice above all the continuous gentle rhythm of your breath. In this undivided presence, you touch life directly in its raw, unfiltered form. And in this direct contact, healing naturally emerges not as a forced outcome, but as an organic expression of your fundamental wholeness. It is the deep realization that this very moment, with all its imperfections, is enough, and in that acceptance, transformation begins. The fourth approach is to cultivate and practice compassion, especially self-compassion. This is a radical departure from the often harsh, critical inner dialogue many of us maintain. Judging your symptoms, labeling your body as broken, or becoming frustrated and angry with your physical limitations only creates more tension, more contraction, and more layers of unnecessary suffering. Such internal conflict exhausts vital energy that could otherwise be directed towards healing. Instead, the Zen approach invites you to approach your body and its current experience with the same profound kindness, patience, and understanding you would instinctively offer to a dear friend who is suffering. Imagine if your beloved friend was experiencing pain. Would you admonish them, judge them, or tell them to get over it? Of course not. You would offer warmth, empathy, and a listening ear. The Buddhist practice of metta loving kindness is a powerful tool for cultivating this inner warmth. Traditionally, metta practice begins with directing good wishes towards oneself. May I be safe, may I be healthy, may I be at ease, may I be free from suffering. This deliberate cultivation of self-compassion is not selfish. It is absolutely necessary. As the metaphor goes, you cannot pour from an empty cup. We cannot authentically extend genuine kindness and understanding to others if we are constantly harsh, critical, or rejecting towards ourselves. Your areas of physical discomfort, your symptoms, your limitations, they deserve the same quality of profound kindness, not because they are pleasant or desirable, but precisely because they are part of your present experience, part of your suffering right now. Try directing thoughts of deep kindness towards specific parts of your body that are in pain or holding tension. Instead of resisting the discomfort, try silently offering phrases like, "May you be at ease, may you be peaceful, may you be free from pain." Imagine speaking to a part of your body that is in pain as you would to a frightened child, with immense gentleness, with soothing reassurance, and with boundless patience. This compassionate approach creates a fundamentally different internal environment than frustration, self-criticism, or rejection. It shifts the internal landscape from one of conflict and antagonism to one of acceptance and nurturing care. In such an environment, healing is much more likely to flourish as the body responds positively to this inner embrace. It's a profound act of reparenting yourself, providing the unconditional love and acceptance that may have been missing. The fifth invaluable approach is to cultivate the ability to recognize patterns in your physical experience. This involves becoming a keen, compassionate observer of your own system. Notice if certain symptoms consistently appear in specific situations during particular emotional states or after certain activities. For instance, do your shoulders always tense up during stressful conversations at work? Does your stomach tighten when you're feeling anxious about the future? Does a particular ache flare up when you're feeling overwhelmed or unexpressed? These recurring patterns are not random. They are powerful clues revealing profound connections between your physical sensations and your intricate mental and emotional landscape. They offer valuable insights into how your inner and outer worlds interact. Zen Buddhism teaches us to notice patterns without becoming entangled in them. This means cultivating a clear, discerning awareness to see with precision but without attachment to the outcome or judgment of the pattern itself. This clear seeing is the crucial beginning of transformation. When you recognize, for instance, that your shoulders consistently tense during certain types of conversations, or that your stomach tightens in specific stressful environments, you gain invaluable information about how your unique system responds to your life circumstances. This insight empowers you. This pattern recognition is absolutely not about blame. It is not about fault-finding or self-incrimination. Instead, it is purely about awareness. When you begin to see clearly how various internal and external factors influence your physical experience, you gain a profound freedom to make different choices. These are choices that consciously support your well-being rather than inadvertently compromising it. Perhaps recognizing a pattern of jaw clenching during intense focus leads you to integrate micro breaks or jaw-releasing exercises. Or understanding that chronic back pain exacerbates with certain emotional burdens allows you to seek support. or learn to release those burdens more effectively. This mindful observation allows you to become an active participant in your own healing rather than a passive recipient of symptoms. It shifts you from a reactive stance to a responsive one guided by the wisdom of your own embodied experience. These 5 approaches, deep listening, honoring emotions, cultivating presence, practicing self-compassion, and recognizing patterns, form a powerful synergistic framework for engaging with your body's wisdom. They are not isolated techniques, but interconnected facets of a holistic practice that respects the unity of body and mind. It's important to understand that healing is rarely a linear progression or a fixed destination. Your body's language, much like life itself, is dynamic and will continue to evolve as you evolve. New sensations may arise not necessarily as setbacks or regressions, but often as signs of deeper layers ready to be addressed, to be brought into conscious awareness for further integration. The Zen concept of beginner's mind. Shoshin applies beautifully here. It invites us to approach each day, each new sensation, and each moment of practice with fresh eyes, without preconceptions or assumptions about what it should be or how it should feel. In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. This radical openness, this willingness to encounter each moment anew, creates immense space for healing to unfold in its own unique way, at its own natural pace. It allows us to greet discomfort, not as an old familiar enemy, but as a new intriguing message requiring fresh attention. Your body is not your enemy. It is not punishing you. It is in fact your most loyal companion, tirelessly communicating, constantly striving for harmony and balance. Even chronic pain, even serious illness, despite their undeniable difficulty, contain within them profound seeds of wisdom if we are willing to listen with patience, kindness, and an open heart. As you continue to breathe gently, allow a profound sense of appreciation to fill you for this remarkable body that carries you through every moment of your life. Whatever its current condition, whether vibrant with health, challenged by illness, or marked by pain, it serves you with incredible intelligence, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to life. It deserves your friendship, your understanding, and your active partnership in the ongoing journey toward wholeness. The Buddha taught that true understanding comes not from merely thinking about reality, but from the direct experience of it. Your body offers you this direct experience, moment by precious moment, the raw truth of sensation, rather than the stories and judgments we often overlay upon it. When you learn to listen to your body with compassion and clarity, you discover not just information about physical conditions, but profound wisdom about life itself. As this exploration continues, remember there's no rush, no ultimate destination to reach. Healing unfolds in its own time, in its own way. Your sacred role is simply to create the conditions where healing can flourish, conditions of awareness, acceptance, and gentle, unwavering care. Now let's explore some profoundly practical approaches for working with physical discomfort or the experience of illness, drawing further from the rich wellspring of Zen Buddhist wisdom while always honoring the utterly unique nature of your personal experience. The very first of these practices is the radical concept of non-resistance. When pain or illness arises in our lives, our natural, deeply ingrained tendency is often to instinctively fight against it. We contract around the sensation, we brace ourselves, and we often conceptualize it as an enemy to be defeated, a problem to be eradicated at all costs. While this fighting energy certainly has its place, particularly in acute, life-threatening situations where immediate action is required, it often paradoxically creates a profound secondary layer of suffering. This is the suffering of the struggle itself, an additional burden of mental and emotional distress that compounds the original physical discomfort. It's like being shot by one arrow and then through our reaction, shooting ourselves with a second. Zen offers a truly revolutionary alternative, the practice of meeting pain directly without the added, often debilitating layer of resistance. This does not imply a passive resignation to suffering or a complacent acceptance of discomfort. On the contrary, it is an active, courageous engagement with what is actually happening in this very moment, rather than with our ingrained ideas, fearful projections, or anxious stories about what's happening or what might happen. When we consciously choose to stop fighting against the raw reality of the present moment, we often discover new, unexpected possibilities for working with it skillfully. The energy previously consumed by resistance becomes available for healing, for insight, and for more skillful responses. It's a shift from being a victim of circumstance to an engaged, mindful participant in your own experience. Try this simple yet powerful practice the next time discomfort arises. Instead of immediately rushing to change it, fix it, or escape it, pause and take 3 conscious, deep breaths. During these breaths, simply acknowledge the sensation as it is. Observe its qualities, its intensity, its location, without adding any mental stories about what it means, why it's there, or how long it might last. Just this brief, intentional pause can effectively interrupt your habitual patterns of reaction. It creates a small, precious space, a space of presence from which a more skillful, compassionate, and wise response can emerge. This pause is where liberation begins, allowing you to choose your response rather than being driven by automatic reactions. It is a moment of profound self-awareness that interrupts the cycle of compounding suffering. The second practical approach is the practice of gentle inquiry. Rather than immediately labeling a sensation as bad or pain and instinctively trying to eliminate it, we can cultivate a posture of profound, curious attention towards its actual qualities. Ask yourself, what exactly is this sensation? Where are its precise boundaries? Is it constant and uniform, or does it fluctuate in intensity and character? Is it truly one solid, unchanging thing, or is it composed of different subtle elements? Perhaps pressure, warmth, tingling dullness, sharpness, or a pulsating feeling. This detailed, non-judgmental attention often reveals a remarkable truth. What we colloquially call pain or discomfort isn't actually a solid, unchanging, monolithic entity. Instead, it's a dynamic flow of varying sensations, constantly arising, shifting, and passing away. When seen in this fluid, dynamic way, even intense discomfort can become more workable, less overwhelming. We begin to notice the spaces between sensations, the brief moments when intensity lessens, the subtle shifts in its texture, or even the aspects of our experience that aren't painful at all. Perhaps the comfort of our breath, the support of the surface beneath us, or the neutral feeling in other parts of the body. This discernment allows us to avoid the trap of globalizing the pain, where the entire body or self becomes defined by the discomfort. The Buddha, in his profound teachings, illuminated the practice of clear seeing vipassana, which means perceiving reality as it actually is, rather than as we conceptualize it to be, or as our fears project it to be. This clear seeing does not miraculously eliminate challenges or difficulties, but it fundamentally transforms our relationship with them, from one of solid opposition to one of fluid, adaptable engagement. Try this approach the next time discomfort arises. Instead of immediately labeling it as pain or a problem, consciously choose to explore it with friendly curiosity. What are its actual qualities right now? How does it change as you breathe with it, as your awareness settles upon it? This exploration is not about intellectual analysis or trying to figure it out with your mind. It is about direct perception coming into a direct, intimate relationship with the sensation itself, rather than with your pre-existing concepts or narratives about the sensation. This direct engagement often unlocks a deeper level of understanding and acceptance, allowing the discomfort to simply be, and in that being, its power to overwhelm often diminishes. The third powerful approach is the practice of kind attention. Our habitual tendency when faced with pain or discomfort is often to meet it with a cascade of negative emotional responses, fear, frustration, anger, or outright rejection. These emotional responses, while completely understandable, given the unpleasantness of suffering, frequently exacerbate the situation. They often increase both physical tension in the body and mental suffering in the mind. The nervous system becomes more activated, muscles tighten further, and the mind spins in narratives of distress. What happens then when we deliberately, consciously choose to bring qualities of kindness and compassion to areas of discomfort? Imagine meeting your pain not with a clenched fist, but with an open hand, a soft gaze, and a gentle murmur of understanding. Many people discover a remarkable shift when they stop fighting against pain and instead choose to surround it with gentle attention. This is the same quality of deep, unwavering empathy and care that you might instinctively offer to a suffering child, a distressed animal, or a beloved friend in distress. When we adopt this internal stance, something profound shifts. The sensation itself might not immediately disappear, but our relationship with it undergoes a transformative change. This transformation creates an internal environment where the natural healing processes of the body are much more likely to operate effectively. It's akin to nurturing a wounded plant. With gentle care, it has the best chance to recover. The Buddhist practice of metta, or loving kindness, traditionally begins with the profound act of offering good wishes to oneself. Phrases like, "May I be safe," "May I be healthy," "May I be at ease," "May I be free from suffering," are silently or softly repeated, directed towards one's own being. This deliberate cultivation of self-compassion is not an act of selfishness. It is, in fact, absolutely essential. As the old adage wisely states, you cannot pour from an empty cup. We cannot authentically extend genuine kindness, empathy, and understanding to others if we are perpetually harsh, critical, or rejecting towards ourselves. Your areas of physical discomfort, your symptoms, your limitations, they deserve this very same quality of profound kindness, not because they are pleasant or desirable, but precisely because they are present suffering aspects of your current experience. Try directing deliberate thoughts of kindness towards areas of discomfort within your body. You might silently offer phrases such as, "May this area be held in compassion," May ease come to this region in its own time. May this pain soften and release. Notice how this conscious, deliberate act of kindness affects both the raw physical sensation and perhaps even more immediately, your emotional response to it. You may find that the internal tension around the discomfort begins to soften, the fear may lessen, and a sense of gentle acceptance can begin to emerge. This shift in internal climate is a powerful catalyst for authentic healing. The fourth profound practice in working with discomfort is that of widening awareness. When we are experiencing pain, our attention has a natural, almost instinctual tendency to narrow, to constrict, and to focus intensely on the discomfort. While this narrowing serves a crucial biological purpose, acting as a warning system to demand attention, it can also paradoxically amplify suffering. By becoming fixated on the pain, it can create a profound sense that the pain is all there is, that it defines our entire existence, our entire self. This narrow focus can make the discomfort feel overwhelming, all-consuming, and inescapable. Zen practice deliberately teaches us to widen the lens of our awareness, to consciously expand our field of perception. It invites us to notice that even amidst intense sensation, other aspects of our experience continue to unfold. The breath still flows, sounds continue to arise and pass away, other parts of the body may remain comfortable or neutral, and the body is still being supported by the ground beneath it. This widened perspective does not deny the reality or intensity of the pain. Rather, it places it within a larger context, reducing its power to define or dominate our entire consciousness. The pain becomes an experience rather than the only experience. The Buddha offered a beautiful and insightful simile for this. Our fundamental awareness is like the vast, boundless sky, while particular sensations, thoughts, and emotions are like clouds passing through it. No matter how dark, how stormy, or how dense the clouds may appear, the sky itself remains unharmed, unchanged in its essential nature. It is always there, vast and clear, waiting for the clouds to pass. This metaphor reminds us that while pain, the clouds may temporarily obscure portions of our inner sky, it never diminishes the inherent spaciousness and clarity of our underlying awareness. Try this approach when pain feels overwhelming or all-encompassing. Consciously, deliberately notice what else is present in your experience right now. Perhaps focus on sensations of comfort in other non-painful areas of your body. Perhaps tune into the rhythmic sound of your breath or the distant environmental sounds around you. Feel the subtle sensations of your body being supported by the surface you're resting on. This widened awareness serves as a powerful reminder that pain is something you are experiencing rather than something you are. You are larger than your pain. It is a temporary phenomenon occurring within the vastness of your awareness. This shift can bring a sense of liberation, creating internal space, even when external circumstances remain challenging. The fifth fundamental practice, deeply rooted in Buddhist philosophy, is the understanding and direct experience of impermanence, anicca. The Buddha identified three fundamental marks of existence: impermanence, nothing lasts, unsatisfactoriness or suffering inherent in resisting impermanence, and non-self, the absence of a fixed, separate self. Of these, impermanence offers particularly profound wisdom for working with physical discomfort and illness. The core teaching is simple yet revolutionary. everything changes. Everything flows. Nothing remains fixed forever. This applies even to the most intense, seemingly unyielding pain. When we are suffering, particularly from chronic pain, time often seems to stop. We get trapped in the feeling that this will never end, that the pain is a permanent fixture. Yet with careful, diligent attention, we can begin to notice that even within the pain, there is constant movement, fluctuation, and change. Sometimes the intensity increases, sometimes it decreases even subtly. Sometimes the location shifts slightly. Sometimes the quality of the sensation changes from sharp to dull or from pressure to warmth. These minute, often overlooked observations viscerally remind us that sensation is a process, a dynamic unfolding, not a solid, fixed entity. When seen in this way, even intense discomfort becomes workable as we realize it too is subject to the universal law of change. Zen practice actively cultivates this awareness of impermanence, not as a mere philosophical concept to be debated, but as a lived, embodied reality. We notice how each breath is different from the last, however subtly. We observe how subtle sensations arise and pass away, moment by moment, like ripples on a pond. We directly perceive how nothing remains exactly the same for even an instant. This direct experiential perception of continuous flow can be profoundly liberating when working with pain or illness. It helps us loosen our rigid grip on the idea that things should be static or that pain is a solid obstacle. Try bringing your keen awareness to the changing nature of sensation within your body. Notice how discomfort isn't actually static, frozen in time, but is in constant flux. Even the most persistent pain has moments of greater and lesser intensity, subtle shifts in quality, or slight changes in location. Recognizing this inherent flow doesn't magically eliminate the sensation, but it can fundamentally transform your relationship with it, from one of solid opposition to one of fluid, accepting acknowledgement. This acceptance of flux allows you to ride the waves of sensation rather than being crushed by them, knowing that every wave, no matter how large, will eventually pass. This is the essence of resilience, the ability to bend without breaking, to flow with life's currents, and to trust in the inherent constant process of change. The sixth crucial practice in working with physical discomfort or illness is to cultivate the ability to find meaning without succumbing to blame. When illness or pain becomes an undeniable part of our life's journey, it is a deeply human and natural impulse to ask why we instinctively seek meaning in the experience, attempting to understand its purpose or origin. The danger, however, comes when this sincere search for meaning devolves into self-blame or a simplistic, often punitive interpretation of cause and effect. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking, I must have done something wrong, or this is my fault, which only adds layers of guilt and shame to an already challenging situation. The Buddhist understanding of karma is far more nuanced and compassionate than the popular, often reductive idea that everything happens for a reason, or that suffering is merely a direct punishment for past actions. Rather, karma, in its true sense, recognizes the vast, intricate complexity of causes and conditions that coalesce to create any particular experience. Some of these factors may indeed be within our conscious control, influenced by our choices and actions, while many others are subtle, deeply interwoven, and entirely beyond our immediate influence or comprehension. This broader understanding of karma helps us move away from a simplistic, linear blame game and towards a more encompassing view of interdependence. Finding meaning in physical challenges, therefore, does not necessitate blaming yourself or anyone else. Instead, it might involve recognizing what your body's messages have to teach you about your unique path, about your relationship with life itself. These lessons do not arrive as a punishment. They come as a profound invitation. They are opportunities to grow in awareness, to cultivate deeper compassion, and to develop profound wisdom through direct, often challenging experience. The Buddha did not teach a path of avoiding difficulty. Rather, he illuminated a path of engaging with difficulty, skillfully of recognizing the liberating potential that exists even within the most challenging and uncomfortable circumstances. Whatever physical conditions you are experiencing, whether it's temporary discomfort or a chronic illness, know that within them lie seeds of wisdom if you are willing to approach them with patience, kindness, and an open, inquiring mind. These insights are not about justifying suffering, but about transforming our relationship to it. As you continue to breathe gently, allow yourself to reflect on whether your current physical condition might be offering any particular wisdom for your path right now. Ask yourself, not with judgment, but with genuine curiosity, what is this experience inviting me to learn or explore? This reflection isn't about analysis or finding a definitive answer immediately. It's about allowing insight to emerge naturally from your lived experience, acknowledging that the body is a teacher, constantly providing invaluable lessons. The seventh crucial approach builds directly upon the foundation of acceptance, the practice of appropriate action. While Zen wisdom profoundly emphasizes acceptance of present reality, this acceptance is never passive resignation or a complacent surrender to suffering. On the contrary, it serves as the essential foundation for skillful, effective response. Once we have clearly seen what is, without the distorting filters of resistance, denial, or judgment, we are then in a position to take whatever actions are truly appropriate and necessary to address our suffering. This might mean seeking conventional medical treatment, as discussed earlier. It could also involve making significant changes to your diet or exercise patterns, modifying environmental factors that contribute to your discomfort, or adjusting how you use your body in daily activities to promote greater ease. The fundamental difference lies in the quality of these actions. Do they arise from a place of panicked reactivity, driven by fear and a desperate need to escape discomfort? Or do they emerge from a place of centered response, guided by clear seeing and a calm understanding of what is genuinely needed? Are your actions born from a rejection of what is, or from a clear and compassionate understanding of what's needed to support your well-being? The Buddha taught the Noble Eightfold Path, a comprehensive framework for liberation that explicitly includes both deep wisdom, right view, right intention, and ethical, skillful action. Right speech, right action, right livelihood. This teaching powerfully recognizes that insight, no matter how profound, remains incomplete without appropriate, compassionate response. True wisdom is always embodied in skillful action. Your body's messages, therefore, deserve not just acknowledgement or intellectual understanding, but also skillful action based on a clear, discerning understanding of what will best serve your well-being. This requires a balanced approach, avoiding extremes. It's not about forcing the body into submission through aggressive interventions, nor is it about neglecting its needs through spiritual bypass. It's about careful discernment, about choosing actions that align with the body's natural inclination towards healing and balance. Consider thoughtfully what actions might most effectively support your body's healing and balance right now. These actions might indeed include conventional medical approaches, such as consulting a specialist, undergoing diagnostic tests, or adhering to a prescribed treatment plan. They might also encompass lifestyle adjustments, perhaps integrating gentle movement, optimizing your nutrition, ensuring adequate rest, or cultivating more joyful activities. Furthermore, they could involve more subtle shifts in how you relate to your physical experience, practicing mindfulness during daily activities, engaging in self-compassion exercises, or cultivating a sense of gratitude for your body's resilience. Whatever actions you choose, let them arise from clear seeing rather than from fear, compulsion, or a desperate need to escape. Let your actions be guided by wisdom, not just reaction. Finally, a foundational element underpinning the entire healing journey is the practice of patience and trust. Healing rarely proceeds in a straight linear line, nor does it typically adhere to our preferred timelines or expectations. The body, with its profound innate wisdom, operates according to its own rhythms of regeneration and renewal. It knows how to heal, how to restore balance, and how to move toward wholeness. Often the most supportive stance we can take as conscious beings is one of patient accompaniment, neither aggressively forcing change nor succumbing to despair and giving up hope. Instead, it is about trusting the innate intelligence that animates every single cell of your being, trusting that your body is constantly working towards balance and well-being, even when the process feels slow or unseen. Zen practice actively cultivates this profound patience through activities that by their very nature cannot be rushed. Sitting meditation, zazen for instance, demands a willingness to simply be present, moment after moment, without striving for a particular outcome. Careful attention to simple mundane tasks, cooking, cleaning, walking, transforms chores into opportunities for presence, fostering a deep respect for process over hurried results. The slow, organic unfolding of understanding through direct experience, rather than seeking quick conceptual shortcuts, also nurtures patience. This sustained patient attention allows natural physiological processes to operate without the constant interference of anxiety, impatience, or demanding expectations. It's a profound act of surrendering control while remaining engaged. The Buddha taught that suffering, while universal and often undeniable, is not the final chapter of the human story. Within every experience of difficulty, no matter how challenging, lies the profound potential for awakening, for greater understanding, and for a more authentic connection with life, as it actually is rather than as we wish it to be. This is not about romanticizing suffering, but about recognizing that within the crucible of challenge, profound transformation can occur. As you continue to breathe gently, perhaps growing drowsy as sleep approaches, allow a deep sense of basic trust to permeate your entire being. Your body, despite whatever challenges it may currently face, despite any pain or illness you might be experiencing, contains a truly remarkable wisdom. It knows how to heal countless small injuries without your conscious direction. It manages the incredibly complex balance of thousands of biochemical processes moment by moment without your explicit command. It deserves your unwavering trust, your gentle patience, and your active partnership in the ongoing journey toward balance and wholeness. Rest now in the awareness that you don't need to figure everything out all at once. You don't need to force healing to happen on your timeline. You don't need to have all the answers. Your sacred role is simply to listen with kindness, to respond with wisdom based on that listening, and to trust the inherent intelligence that has guided your body's functioning since before you were even conscious of it. Zen tradition profoundly reminds us that our essential nature is already complete, already whole. Healing in this context isn't about becoming something you are not. It's about gently removing the obstacles, whether they are physical tension, emotional armoring, or mental fixations, to recognizing what you already are beneath the layers of conditioning, beneath the patterns of tension, beneath the habits of thought that may have obscured your natural state of well-being. As you drift towards sleep, carry this remembrance with you that beneath whatever pain or illness you may be experiencing, your fundamental nature remains whole, luminous, and inherently capable of healing and renewal. This is not magical thinking. It is a profound recognition of the remarkable innate capacity for regeneration and balance that animates all living things, including your own body. Sleep now if sleep comes, or rest in gentle awareness if sleep delays. Either way, know that healing processes continue ceaselessly, whether you're conscious of them or not. Your body knows what to do. Your role is simply to create the conditions where healing can flourish, conditions of kindness, of patience, and of profound trust in the wisdom that has sustained you every moment of your life. Toi Hu. Toi se tiep tukvua, juan tiep theomo, rongnuai dung vemoa, lien higua, kote tam triting, then taptrung, vahochung, but no va jiao mantin. Toi segiu nanguyen tio chi huang, 16 tu cho moi juanva, se bao cho ban ki huan tan. Chapter 8. The Interweaving of Being Insomnia, Chronic Pain, and the Body-Mind-Spirit Connection. 8.1. The Interconnected Dance Body. Mind and Spirit as a Single Reality. Let's continue our gentle exploration of the body-mind and spirit connection through the illuminating lens of Zen Buddhist wisdom. Remember that these perspectives are offered not as definitive absolute explanations, but as profound invitations to see your physical experience from myriad different angles, to recognize dimensions of meaning that purely mechanistic or reductionist approaches might inadvertently overlook. In Buddhist understanding, everything arises from an intricate web of causes and conditions. Nothing exists in isolation, nothing happens randomly or without a preceding influence. This fundamental principle applies to your physical experiences as much as to any other aspect of your life. Your current bodily condition, whether it manifests as vibrant health, a temporary illness, or a persistent chronic challenge, has emerged from countless often subtle and interweaving factors. Some of these factors are readily apparent and tangible, such as genetics, environmental influences, the quality of your nutrition, and your habitual movement patterns. Others are far less tangible, but equally, if not more influential. Your emotional states, your ingrained thought patterns, and the subtle, often unconscious alignment or disconnection of your spiritual awareness. The Buddha, with his profound insight, did not compartmentalize these dimensions into isolated categories. Instead, he recognized their constant interplay, their mutual influence, and their continuous reciprocal informing of each other. Consider how quickly and powerfully your body responds to a mere thought of danger or threat. Instantly, your heart rate increases, your muscles tense, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid, and a cascade of physiological responses ensues. These physical reactions happen automatically, without your conscious direction, demonstrating the immediate and potent influence of mind on body. Similarly, when you are physically ill or experiencing intense pain, your thoughts and emotions are undeniably affected. Patience may wear thin mood, may darken, and perspective may become distorted. This intimate connection works in all directions, creating a dynamic, self-regulating system that is constantly striving for balance and homeostasis. The Buddha recognized this deep interconnection over 2,600 years ago, long before modern science began to systematically explore the complex relationships between chronic stress and physical illness, or between specific emotional states and various aspects of physical health. This ancient wisdom, therefore, does not contradict contemporary medical understanding. Rather, it complements it, adding crucial dimensions of awareness and meaning that purely physical explanations might inherently overlook. It invites us to consider the full rich spectrum of factors that might be influencing our physical experience, encouraging us to work with these multiple dimensions simultaneously, rather than reducing everything to a single isolated explanation. With this foundational understanding as our backdrop, let's explore more deeply how this integrated perspective might illuminate your experience of specific challenges such as pain or physical discomfort. Insomnia. The pervasive difficulty falling or staying asleep affects millions of people across the globe, cutting across demographics and cultures. Modern medicine accurately recognizes a wide array of physical and psychological factors that contribute to sleep disturbances, from underlying medical conditions and medication side effects to stress, anxiety, and poor sleep hygiene. The Buddhist perspective, however, adds another profound dimension of understanding. It invites us to see insomnia not simply as a problem to be fixed or a frustrating malfunction, but as a potential messenger carrying vital information about our deeper relationship with surrender, with trust, and with the inherent natural cycles of activity and rest that govern all of life. Sleep, at its very essence, requires a fundamental act of letting go. It demands a release of conscious control, a profound surrender to a state of consciousness that is inherently different from our active waking awareness. For many individuals, particularly those who maintain a tight grip of rigid control during their waking hours, this act of surrender can feel subtly threatening at a subconscious level. The mind, in its well-intentioned but often misguided attempt to keep us safe or productive, can create a myriad of reasons to stay alert, to maintain vigilance, or to resist the perceived vulnerability inherent in deep sleep. This can manifest as an incessant mental churn, a replay of the day's events, or anxious projections about the future, all of which keep the nervous system in a state of heightened arousal. Zen practice, rather than attempting to force sleep through sheer willpower or mental coercion, instead focuses on creating the conditions where sleep can naturally arise. It recognizes that sleep is not something we can do or achieve through effort. It is something we allow. Rather than struggling against wakefulness, a struggle that paradoxically often increases alertness and frustration, we are encouraged to simply rest in present awareness. This means accepting the reality of being awake without judgment and allowing the body and mind to find their natural rhythm without interference. This non-striving approach is powerful. By releasing the pressure to sleep, the nervous system often begins to shift gradually from a sympathetic fight or flight dominance to a parasympathetic rest and digest activation. This physiological shift creates internal conditions that are inherently more conducive to the natural onset of sleep. If you find yourself listening to these words while currently struggling with insomnia, know that you are absolutely not failing and you are not doing something wrong. Sleep isn't something you can force through willpower. Instead, simply allow yourself to rest in the present moment, neither grasping desperately for sleep nor impatiently pushing away the wakefulness. Notice the subtle sensations of your body against the supporting surfaces of your bed. Feel the gentle, continuous rhythm of your breath. Observe the thoughts and feelings that arise in your mind without becoming entangled or identified with their content. This state of restful awareness itself is healing regardless of whether sleep immediately follows. The very act of cultivating this acceptance and presence brings a profound sense of peace and restoration to your entire being. The Buddha taught that everything changes, everything flows. This applies to states of wakefulness as much as to any other condition. By resting in the present, free from anxious thoughts about sleep, you create the spaciousness for natural transitions to occur in their own time, in their own way, honoring the body's innate wisdom and cycles. Chronic pain, defined as persistent discomfort that continues long beyond the normal healing time for an injury or illness, presents particular and often overwhelming challenges for both the body and the mind. Modern pain science has made significant strides in understanding this complex phenomenon, recognizing that long-lasting pain often involves profound changes in how the nervous system processes sensation. This can lead to heightened sensitivity, where the nervous system continues to send pain signals, even when the original tissue injury has healed, or where the intensity of pain feels disproportionate to the actual physical damage. The pain is undeniably real, intensely so, but its meaning may be different from that of an acute injury. The Zen perspective does not contradict this sophisticated understanding. Rather, it complements it with timeless wisdom about how we relate to persistent sensation. Often, it's not merely the raw physical pain itself that amplifies suffering, but our deep-seated resistance to it, the stories we endlessly weave about it, and our profound identification with it. When pain becomes central to our identity, when we begin to think of ourselves primarily as a person in pain, rather than a whole being who is currently experiencing pain among many other facets of life, a certain solidification occurs. This solidification can make the condition feel more intractable, more rigid, and more deeply ingrained, creating a self-reinforcing loop of suffering. Buddhist practice offers several powerful approaches that countless individuals have found profoundly helpful in working with chronic pain. The first is the crucial recognition that while pain may indeed be unavoidable in certain conditions suffering, our mental and emotional response to pain can be remarkably transformed through attention and understanding. The Buddha's timeless teaching of the two arrows vividly illustrates this vital distinction. The first arrow represents the unavoidable pain that arises from illness, injury, aging, or other conditions beyond our immediate control. It is the raw, unpleasant sensation itself. The second arrow, however, is what we add to this experience through our own minds, resistance, judgment, fear, catastrophic thinking narratives about what the pain means for our future, or rigid beliefs about how things should be. While we may not always be able to avoid the first arrow, the profound liberation lies in learning not to shoot ourselves with the second. This doesn't mean denying the pain or pretending it doesn't hurt. It means recognizing that our relationship with pain significantly influences how we experience it. When we meet pain with fear, frustration, anger, or the conviction that this should not be happening to me, we often inadvertently trigger a cascade of negative physiological and psychological responses. These include increased muscle tension, the release of stress hormones like cortisol, heightened nervous system activation, and a cascade of mental anguish, all of which amplify the original sensation, creating a vicious cycle. Zen practice invites a fundamentally different relationship, meeting pain with kind, spacious awareness rather than opposition. This compassionate engagement does not immediately eliminate the physical sensation, but it often dramatically reduces the secondary suffering that comes from fighting against the reality of the present moment. If you are experiencing chronic pain, as you listen to these words, know that this approach isn't asking you to passively resign yourself to suffering or to cease seeking appropriate medical treatment. Rather, it offers up a way of being with your present experience that can create more internal space, more possibility for ease, and a greater sense of liberation, even within difficulty. Try bringing gentle awareness to the sensations present right now without immediately labeling them as bad or as something you need to get rid of. Notice their specific qualities, their location, their intensity, their texture. Pay attention to how they change, however subtly, from moment to moment. Notice the aspects of your experience that are not painful areas of comfort or neutral sensation, the steady flow of your breath, the sounds around you, the gentle sensation of your body being supported. This widened awareness serves as a powerful reminder that you are more than your pain. Other dimensions of experience continue even when discomfort is present. The Buddha recognized that while pain is inevitable in human life, we possess a profound choice in how we respond to it. This choice doesn't mean controlling what sensations arise, but rather how we meet those sensations with resistance that often increases suffering, or with compassionate awareness that creates space for both acknowledgement and ease. This is the essence of finding freedom amidst suffering. The explorations of insomnia and chronic pain serve as potent examples of how Zen Buddhist principles offer a pathway to transforming our relationship with challenging physical experiences. They illuminate that suffering often stems not from the experience itself, but from our ingrained resistance to it, our judgment of it, and our identification with it as defining our entire being. By cultivating non-resistance, gentle inquiry, kind attention, widened awareness, and an understanding of impermanence, we begin to dismantle the second arrow of suffering. This embodied acceptance is not about spiritual bypass or ignoring the need for medical care. Instead, it is about creating an internal environment where genuine healing in its fullest sense can flourish. It acknowledges the intricate dance between our physical body, our mental narratives, and our emotional states. When we approach discomfort with kindness rather than condemnation, with curiosity rather than fear, and with acceptance rather than struggle, we activate our body's innate capacity for self-regulation and restoration. This shift in internal climate is often subtle but profoundly impactful, paving the way for greater ease, deeper understanding, and a more authentic connection to our inherent wholeness. The body, when met with this profound presence, becomes a wise teacher, guiding us towards liberation from unnecessary suffering, anxiety, the pervasive experience of fear, worry, or apprehension, often without an immediate, tangible external threat, significantly impacts millions of people, particularly in our modern world, characterized by constant stimulation, relentless demands, and an ever-present sense of uncertainty. This widespread state has profound physical expressions that are undeniable: chronic muscle tension, shallow and constricted breathing, digestive disturbances, ranging from butterflies to severe upset, a heightened heart rate, and a pervasive sense of agitation throughout the body. The Zen Buddhist perspective understands anxiety not as a personal failing, a sign of weakness, or something to be ashamed of. Instead, it views it as a natural, albeit often uncomfortable human response to perceived threat, whether that threat is a physical danger, a psychological concern, like social judgment, the inherent uncertainty about the future, or a subtle, deeply ingrained sense of inadequacy. The suffering associated with anxiety comes not from the initial anxious feeling itself, which often arises automatically as a primal alarm system, but from how we habitually respond to it. Our common reactions often involve resistance to self-criticism. Why am I feeling this? I should be stronger, or desperate attempts to suppress what's arising within us. These reactions inadvertently fuel the anxiety, creating a vicious cycle of fear and resistance. Buddhist practice does not aim to eliminate anxiety through brute force or rigid control. Instead, it cultivates a fundamentally different relationship with anxious feelings, one of kind acknowledgement rather than frightened resistance. When we choose to meet anxiety with awareness, with a willingness to simply be with its presence, rather than compulsively avoiding or suppressing it, we often discover a profound truth. While intensely uncomfortable, these feelings aren't actually dangerous. They are simply energy moving through our system, sometimes intensely, but always changing, always in flux. Just like a powerful current in a river, if we resist it, we struggle. If we learn to float, we move with it. Zen meditation teaches us the radical act of sitting with whatever arises in our experience without immediately trying to change it, push it away, or grasp at something else. This sitting with does not imply passive resignation or indifference. On the contrary, it is an active, courageous engagement with reality as it is in this moment, rather than as we wish it to be. When we bring this quality of non-judgmental presence to anxious feelings, something truly interesting often happens. The feelings themselves begin to shift, to move, and to transform simply through being acknowledged rather than perpetually resisted. The energy that was bound in the struggle against anxiety becomes free to dissipate or transmute. The Buddha taught that everything is impermanent, always changing, always in flux. This fundamental truth applies to anxious states as much as to any other condition. By observing anxiety With patient, compassionate attention, we come to recognize directly that it isn't a solid, permanent state, a fixed part of our identity. Instead, it is a dynamic flow of sensations, thoughts, and emotions that naturally rise and fall if not held rigidly in place by our resistance or our identification with it. It's like watching clouds pass across the sky. They are real, they are present, but they are not the sky itself. If you are experiencing anxiety as you listen to these words, try this simple, powerful practice. Instead of trying to make the anxiety disappear, bring gentle curiosity to how it's expressing in your body right now. Where do you feel it most strongly? What are its actual sensations? Perhaps a tightness in your chest, a fluttering in your stomach, a warmth or coldness, or a tingling. Without judgment or analysis, simply notice these sensations with kind attention. Notice also that while part of you is experiencing anxiety, another part, the part that is listening, the part that is observing, is able to observe this experience with relative calm. This observing awareness remains stable and untouched, even as sensations and emotions fluctuate intensely. The Buddha offered a beautiful metaphor for this relationship with difficult emotions. He suggested seeing them as clouds passing through the vast sky of our awareness. No matter how dark or stormy the clouds may appear, the sky itself remains unharmed, clear, and unchanged in its fundamental nature. Your basic awareness, your capacity to notice experience, remains intact regardless of what emotions move through it. This perspective does not deny the reality of anxiety or suggest that it's wrong to seek relief through various means. Rather, it offers a profound way of being with anxious feelings that doesn't add the additional suffering of resistance, judgment, or identification. Many people discover that this accepting awareness itself often allows anxiety to begin shifting naturally without force or struggle, moving towards a more balanced state. Depression, characterized by persistent feelings of profound sadness, emptiness, hopelessness, or a deep lack of motivation, significantly affects countless individuals worldwide and manifests with both profound psychological and tangible physical dimensions. Physically, depression often expresses itself as pervasive fatigue, significant disturbances in sleep patterns, either insomnia or excessive sleeping, changes in appetite and weight, and a general slowing of movement, thought processes, and motivation. These physical aspects are not merely in your head. They reflect real, measurable changes in brain chemistry, neuroreceptor function, hormone balance, and overall energy regulation within the body. The Buddhist understanding does not contradict the biological reality of depression, nor does it diminish the importance of medical and therapeutic interventions. Instead, it adds crucial perspective on how we relate to these difficult states. Often, our suffering increases not just from the depression itself, but from our ingrained judgment about it. We may view it as a personal failing, a profound weakness, or something that absolutely shouldn't be happening to us. This added layer of judgment, coupled with self-criticism, can create a detrimental spiral of shame and self-condemnation that can tragically deepen and prolong the original depressive condition. Zen practice offers a fundamentally different relationship with depressive states, one of compassionate acknowledgement rather than harsh judgment or outright denial. This doesn't mean passively resigning ourselves to depression as an inevitable or permanent identity, or ignoring the need for active steps towards recovery. Rather, it means meeting the experience of depression with kind awareness, recognizing its presence without internal resistance, while simultaneously taking appropriate skillful actions to address both its physical and psychological dimensions. The Buddha recognized that all beings without exception inherently wish to be happy and to be free from suffering. This natural fundamental desire for well-being does not mean that something is inherently wrong with us when we experience depression. Instead, it reflects our inherent movement towards wholeness and well-being. Depression is not a punishment or a personal failing. It is a complex condition arising from multiple, often intricate factors, only some of which may be within our conscious control. If you are experiencing depression, as you listen to these words, please know that you are not alone, you are not broken, and you are not failing at life. Your experience is a part of the shared human journey, unique in its specific expression, but profoundly connected to what many, many others have faced and with support have moved through. The very fact that you are listening to these teachings, that you are seeking understanding, suggests a part of you is actively reaching towards greater awareness, towards healing, and towards the wholeness that remains your birthright, regardless of your current internal conditions. Try bringing gentle awareness to whatever you are experiencing right now. Not to analyze it, to solve it, or to judge it, but simply to acknowledge what is present with basic kindness. Notice that while part of you may be experiencing heaviness, emptiness, or a sense of profound dullness, another part, the part that is able to notice this experience, the part that is able to listen to these words, is able to observe this experience. This noticing awareness itself isn't depressed. It is clear, present, and inherently capable of holding even difficult states with compassion rather than condemnation. The Buddha taught that liberation comes not from avoiding difficult experiences, but from meeting them with clear seeing and compassionate presence. This meeting does not immediately eliminate all challenges, but it creates the conditions where transformation becomes possible, where we are no longer completely identified with or controlled by depressive states, even when they are present. This perspective recognizes that depression, like all conditions, changes over time. It is not a permanent identity, but a temporary constellation of physical, emotional, and mental factors that naturally shift when given appropriate support. This support might include conventional treatment, like medication or therapy, lifestyle adjustments, like regular movement and social connection, and spiritual practices that cultivate presence and compassion. The body's aging process brings its own unique set of particular challenges and crucially profound opportunities for spiritual understanding. As our intricate biological systems naturally change and evolve over time, we may begin to experience a gradual decrease in physical strength and stamina, shifts in energy levels, alterations in sleep patterns, and various forms of discomfort or limitation that were simply not present in youth. The Buddhist perspective on aging is neither one of denial nor one of passive resignation. Instead, it encourages a clear recognition of natural process. The Buddha identified aging along with illness and death as one of the universal experiences of being human, not something that happens only to the unfortunate few, but a shared journey that connects us across all times and cultures. This recognition, paradoxically, can bring a sense of relief. You are not alone in this experience. This understanding does not imply that we should neglect appropriate care for our aging bodies or passively resign ourselves to unnecessary suffering. On the contrary, it invites us to meet the aging process with clear seeing, acknowledging changes without judgment and kind acceptance, taking wise, proactive action where helpful, while simultaneously acknowledging and making peace with what naturally changes over time and cannot be controlled. Zen practice actively cultivates embracing impermanence, Anicca not as a dry philosophical concept, but as a deeply lived reality. We notice directly how everything is constantly changing, not just over decades, but moment by precious moment. This intimate moment-by-moment recognition of constant flow can profoundly transform our relationship with aging, shifting it from one of resistance, fear, and lament to one of honest acknowledgement, acceptance, and even a deep appreciation for the natural unfolding of life's seasons. If you are experiencing physical changes related to aging as you listen to these words, consider deeply how your relationship with these changes might transform if you met them not as a personal failing, a cosmic injustice, or a sign of decline, but as a natural universal process shared by all living beings. What if the aches, the stiffness, or the new limitations weren't problems to be solved or enemies to be fought, but simply aspects of your current experience to be acknowledged with kindness, curiosity, and accommodated with practical wisdom? The Buddha taught that resistance to natural process creates suffering far beyond the inherent challenges of the process itself. When we fight against reality as it is, whether that's the reality of a younger body experiencing temporary illness or an older body experiencing natural, irreversible changes, we create a second layer of anguish through our insistence that things should be different than they are. This does not mean we shouldn't take good care of ourselves as we age, seeking appropriate treatments for conditions that can be addressed or alleviated. It means doing so from a place of kind acceptance rather than bitter resistance. It's about recognizing what we can influence and skillfully acting upon it, while simultaneously making deep peace with what naturally changes over time and lies beyond our direct control. Many spiritual traditions, including Buddhism, recognize that aging often brings profound gifts alongside its challenges. These gifts can include a deeper sense of perspective that comes only through lived experience, wisdom born of navigating life's myriad complexities over time, and profound freedom from certain anxieties or concerns that may have dominated younger years. These gifts do not eliminate physical discomfort, but they exist alongside it, enriching the complete experience of living a full human life. As you continue to breathe gently, perhaps drifting between wakefulness and sleep, consider what it might be like to meet your body at whatever stage of life it is, with friendly interest rather than judgment or incessant demand. Can you accept its current condition while taking appropriate care? Can you acknowledge its messages without being defined or limited by them? This accepting awareness, this profound internal stance, creates the internal conditions where healing and balance can flourish, regardless of your specific physical circumstances. It's a liberation from the tyranny of ideal forms and a celebration of your unique, evolving embodiment. The Buddha offered a profoundly insightful teaching through the vivid metaphor of the raft. He described a traveler who encounters a dangerous, turbulent river, needing to reach the safety of the far shore. This resourceful traveler, recognizing the peril, skillfully gathers reeds branches and logs, painstakingly constructing a sturdy raft. With great effort and determination, he uses this raft to successfully navigate the treacherous waters, finally reaching the peaceful, safe, far shore. Upon arriving, the traveler faces a crucial choice. Should he hoist the heavy raft onto his head and continue his journey across dry land, burdened by a now unnecessary tool, or should he leave it behind with gratitude, recognizing that it served its purpose perfectly and is no longer needed? The answer, of course, is clear. The wise traveler leaves the raft behind, unburdened, free to continue his journey with ease. This timeless teaching applies beautifully and powerfully to how we approach various methods, tools, and philosophies on our journey of healing and well-being. Different methods, whether they are conventional medical treatments, alternative therapies like acupuncture or somatic therapy, spiritual practices like meditation or psychological approaches like talk therapy, each serve as rafts to help us navigate particular challenges and difficult waters. They are skillful means, upaya temporary vehicles, to help us move from a state of suffering to a state of greater ease and understanding. The profound wisdom lies not in clinging rigidly to any single approach, dogma, or belief system, but in using what truly serves our journey without becoming rigidly attached to it. It's about recognizing when something has fulfilled its purpose, when its utility has waned, and when perhaps a different method or approach is now needed to continue our evolving path. Zen Buddhism, in particular, emphasizes a pragmatic, experiential approach over rigid dogma. It values what works in a given situation rather than clinging to fixed intellectual ideas about what should work. This flexible, non-dogmatic approach allows us to draw freely from various wisdom traditions, including the vast knowledge of modern medicine, while maintaining the crucial discernment to recognize what is actually helpful and beneficial in our unique circumstances. It encourages an open-minded exploration guided by direct experience rather than preconceived notions. We are invited to experiment, to observe, and to adapt, always prioritizing the ultimate goal of liberation from suffering and the cultivation of well-being. As you listen to these teachings, perhaps certain perspectives resonate deeply with your immediate experience, sparking a sense of recognition or relief, while others might feel less relevant or even distant. Trust this resonance. Trust this intuitive recognition, this inner yes that acknowledges what truly serves your particular journey right now. Take what's helpful, absorb it, integrate it, and leave the rest gently aside without judgment. Use these perspectives as generous offerings rather than rigid prescriptions, as hopeful possibilities rather than unyielding absolutes. The path of healing is deeply personal, and your inner wisdom is the ultimate guide in discerning what serves you best at each step. This approach liberates you from the pressure of adhering to a one-size-fits-all solution and empowers you to curate your own unique path of well-being. The journey of healing, particularly when dealing with complex or chronic conditions, often benefits immensely from an integrated approach. This means embracing the wisdom of both and rather than the limitations of either-or thinking. While the Zen tradition offers profound internal practices for cultivating mental and emotional well-being, it does not suggest these are the sole answers to all physical ailments. Instead, it encourages a holistic perspective that recognizes the multifaceted nature of health. For example, a persistent physical ache might be addressed through a combination of medical diagnosis and treatment the raft for acute physical conditions, alongside mindfulness practices to manage the experience of pain, the internal raft for suffering, and perhaps even somatic therapy to release stored emotional tension, another raft for deeper energetic patterns. Consider the interplay between different levels of intervention. Modern medicine excels at diagnosing and treating specific physiological dysfunctions, offering pharmaceutical interventions, surgical solutions, and targeted therapies. These are invaluable in addressing acute conditions, mitigating severe symptoms, and preventing further physical damage. However, these external interventions can be significantly enhanced when combined with practices that address the internal landscape. A patient recovering from surgery, for example, might benefit not only from medical care, but also from mindful breathing to manage post-operative pain, compassionate self-talk to reduce anxiety, and guided visualization to support the body's natural healing processes. The synergy of these approaches often leads to more complete and sustainable recovery. Furthermore, integrating lifestyle adjustments plays a crucial role. The ancient Buddhist emphasis on right livelihood, sama ajava, and right effort. Sama vayama extends beyond ethical considerations to encompass choices that genuinely support our physical and mental well-being. This might involve reevaluating our diet, engaging in movement that is nourishing rather than depleting, ensuring adequate sleep, and cultivating environments and relationships that are supportive rather than draining. These seemingly simple lifestyle choices, when approached with mindfulness and intention, can profoundly influence our physical health and resilience. They are the daily rafts we build to navigate the river of life. The wisdom of integration also extends to the practitioner-patient relationship. Working with qualified practitioners who understand the body, mind, and spirit connection can be profoundly transformative. This might include skilled acupuncturists who work with energetic pathways, somatic therapists who facilitate the release of trauma held in the body, energy workers who harmonize the subtle energetic fields, or integrative doctors who combine conventional and complementary approaches. Such practitioners recognize that the human being is a complex system where physical symptoms can be deeply interwoven with emotional patterns, psychological stressors, and spiritual alignment. Their approach is not to simply suppress symptoms, but to uncover and address root causes across multiple dimensions of being. This holistic support becomes another valuable raft in your healing journey, offering specialized guidance and complementary perspectives. Ultimately, the integrated approach is about empowering you to become a discerning participant in your own healing. It encourages an open-minded curiosity about what works for your unique system at this particular time. It's a dynamic process of experimentation, observation, and adaptation guided by your inner wisdom and the insights gained from various healing modalities. This journey is not about finding one perfect cure, but about cultivating a rich tapestry of practices and supports that collectively foster well-being, resilience, and a deeper connection to your inherent wholeness. The body's wisdom speaks through sensation, through energy, and through subtle signals that often precede conscious understanding. Many people have had the profound experience of knowing something physically before they recognized it mentally. This phenomenon, often referred to as embodied intuition or gut feeling, is a testament to the body's independent intelligence. Consider feeling uneasy in certain situations without any obvious logical reason, only to have later events confirm your initial discomfort, or experiencing inexplicable fatigue that upon reflection revealed itself as the subtle beginning of an illness long before conscious symptoms emerged, or sensing an immediate attraction or aversion to people or environments through a visceral bodily response rather than through any logical analysis or intellectual assessment. These are all examples of the body communicating its knowing directly. Zen practice actively cultivates this somatic awareness, this profound capacity to receive information through the body's direct experience, rather than relying solely on conceptual understanding. Through consistent practices like mindful breathing, systematic body scanning, and conscious movement, such as walking meditation, we develop an increasing sensitivity to the body's subtle communications. We learn to tune into the whispers before they become shouts, to notice the nuanced sensations that reveal deeper truths. This heightened sensitivity doesn't replace intellectual discernment or critical thinking. Instead, it complements it, adding crucial dimensions of knowing that thinking alone cannot access. The body's intelligence operates at levels far beyond conscious thought, drawing on vast evolutionary wisdom developed over countless generations, as well as your own unique accumulated lived experience. It holds a deep ancestral memory of survival, adaptation, and balance. As you continue to breathe gently, now notice what your body might be subtly communicating in this very moment. Perhaps there's a sense of gradually deepening relaxation as you listen, or perhaps areas of lingering tension are coming into sharper focus. Maybe you feel the natural heaviness that often precedes the onset of sleep. Without analysis or judgment, simply receive these sensations as information, your body's ongoing communication about its current state, its needs, and its internal landscape. This is the body's own language, spoken in the idiom of feeling and energy. The Buddha deeply encouraged his followers to verify teachings through direct experience, ehipassiko, inviting you to come and see, rather than simply accepting them based on authority tradition or blind faith. This empirical approach applies beautifully to understanding your body's unique patterns and needs. While general principles of health and healing provide immensely useful guidelines and starting points, each person's bodily experience is distinct, profoundly influenced by countless factors both inherited and developed over a lifetime. This understanding invites you to become your own compassionate researcher. Observe patterns diligently. Notice what consistently supports your well-being and what consistently undermines it. Recognize your unique responses to different foods, different activities, specific environments, and various relationships. This isn't a narcissistic, self-absorbed fixation, but rather a mindful, informed attention to the profound wisdom available through your direct embodied experience. Such attentive observation can reveal patterns that might otherwise remain entirely invisible to your conscious mind. Perhaps you notice that certain foods consistently affect your energy levels or your digestion in particular ways, even if they are generally considered healthy, or that specific movements either increase or decrease physical discomfort, revealing hidden tensions or imbalances. Perhaps you discover that some environments leave you feeling inexplicably depleted, while others consistently restore your vitality and sense of calm. These observations are not about judgment or creating rigid, inflexible rules. They are about gathering invaluable information that allows you to make increasingly skillful choices. These choices are aligned with your actual needs and unique constitution, rather than merely adhering to generic prescriptions that might not serve your unique system. The Zen approach emphasizes simplicity, noticing what genuinely supports well-being without complicated theories or elaborate methods. Often the most powerful and transformative practices are the simplest conscious breathing, adequate rest movement that brings joy rather than strain, nourishment that genuinely feeds rather than merely fills, and human connection that uplifts rather than depletes. As you drift towards sleep, consider what simple practices might most effectively support your current needs. This isn't about crafting an overwhelming regimen of shoulds, but about identifying small, sustainable actions that honor your body's innate wisdom and create the optimal conditions for natural healing to flourish. The Buddha taught the middle way, Majjhima Patipada, advocating for avoidance of extremes, both excessive indulgence and harsh, rigid discipline. This balanced approach applies beautifully to caring for the body, neither ignoring its fundamental needs nor becoming obsessively fixated on controlling every single aspect of physical experience. Finding this middle way isn't about following generic rules, but about discovering what constitutes balance for your unique system in your current circumstances. This balance isn't static. It is dynamic, responsive, and constantly adapting to your changing conditions and evolving needs, all while maintaining core principles of kindness, awareness, and appropriate care. As you continue to breathe gently, perhaps growing quite drowsy, now allow this profound message of balance to permeate your being. It's not about perfect adherence to an external standard, but about attentive, compassionate care that responds precisely to your actual needs in this moment, in this body, in these unique circumstances. This is the essence of embodied wisdom. Sleep is far more than mere biological necessity. In the profound understanding of Buddhism, it stands as a profound teacher. It is a natural, fundamental cycle that ceaselessly reminds us of the universal rhythm of letting go and returning, of surrendering conscious control, and implicitly trusting deeper unconscious processes to restore and regenerate without our direct intentional direction. Each night as we drift into slumber, we engage in a kind of small death, a temporary release of our identification with our waking self, our ego, and our daily concerns. We enter states of consciousness that are fundamentally different from our daytime awareness realms, where the analytical mind recedes and the subconscious comes to the fore. This nightly surrender offers a powerful, accessible practice for the greater surrenders that life inevitably brings, times of profound transition, of unexpected loss, and of deep transformation that require us to release what was in order to allow what is emerging. When we resist sleep, whether through excessive worry, through the allure of constant stimulation, digital devices, endless entertainment, or through an ingrained unwillingness to let go of conscious control, we often create unnecessary suffering far beyond the simple fact of being awake when rest would serve us better. This resistance to the natural flow of sleep can lead to frustration, anxiety, and a cascade of physical and mental imbalances. Zen practice, rather than attempting to force sleep through sheer willpower or mental coercion, instead focuses on creating the conditions where sleep can naturally arise. It operates from the understanding that sleep is not something you can do or achieve through effort. It is something you allow to unfold. Rather than struggling against wakefulness, which often paradoxically increases alertness and perpetuates the cycle of insomnia, we are encouraged to simply rest in present awareness. This means accepting the reality of being awake without judgment and allowing the body and mind to find their natural rhythm without interference. This non-striving approach is remarkably powerful. By releasing the pressure to sleep, the nervous system often begins to shift gradually from a sympathetic fight or flight dominance to a parasympathetic rest and digest activation. This physiological shift creates internal conditions that are inherently more conducive to the natural onset of sleep. If you are growing sleepy as you listen to these words, simply allow this natural process to unfold. There is nothing you need to do, no effort to exert, except to receive the profound gift of rest that your body's is offering. If sleep doesn't come immediately, that is perfectly fine as well. Simply resting in gentle awareness brings its own unique restoration, its own subtle but profound healing qualities. The Buddha recognized that while we can diligently create conditions that support rest and renewal, we cannot ultimately control the precise unfolding of natural processes, including sleep. This recognition brings a certain liberating freedom, the freedom of surrendering what we cannot control while attending skillfully to what we can influence. As you rest now, perhaps drifting between wakefulness and sleep, know that healing processes continue ceaselessly, whether you're consciously aware of them or not. Your remarkable body continues its intricate work of restoration, of balance, of regeneration, without requiring your explicit, conscious direction. This natural intelligence has sustained you throughout your entire life, operating with intricate precision far beyond what your conscious thought could possibly orchestrate. Your role is simply to create supportive conditions of kindness rather than judgment, of appropriate care rather than neglect or obsession, of trust in natural process rather than anxious control. Within these supportive conditions, your body's innate wisdom naturally moves toward whatever balance is possible in your current circumstances. The Zen tradition speaks beautifully of our original nature as being like water, naturally clear, naturally flowing. When water becomes cloudy with sediment, it doesn't require elaborate, strenuous methods or complicated techniques to become clear again. Simply allowing it to be still causes the sediment to gradually settle to the bottom, revealing the inherent clarity that was never actually lost, only temporarily obscured. Similarly, your natural state of well-being, your innate clarity and peace, often begins to re-emerge when you simply create conditions of restful awareness, allowing the agitation and turmoil of both body and mind to gradually settle. This settling doesn't demand force or special techniques. It simply requires the willingness to be present with what is to allow natural processes to operate without the intrusive interference from anxiety, striving, or incessant demand. As you continue to breathe, gently feel the natural weight of your body against whatever surface is supporting it. Allow yourself to be held completely, to surrender to the pervasive embrace of gravity, to release any unnecessary tension and effort. This simple act of allowing creates a profound space for restoration that any amount of effort or striving cannot accomplish. It's a trust in the fundamental order of the universe, a deep letting go into the arms of pure being. The Buddha taught that everything arises from causes and conditions, that nothing exists in isolation. Your current physical state, whatever it may be, whether vibrant health, a fleeting discomfort, or a persistent challenge, has emerged from countless, often complex, interweaving factors. Some of these factors are within your conscious control, while many others are subtle beyond your immediate influence or even unknown. This profound understanding can bring a certain ease, relieving the heavy burden of believing that you should somehow have complete absolute control over every aspect of your bodily experience. It liberates you from self-blame for conditions that were not deliberately created by your conscious choices. At the same time, recognizing the intricate web of causes and conditions also reveals precisely where skillful influence is possible. This influence is exerted not through force or rigid control, but through the compassionate act of creating supportive conditions where well-being can naturally flourish. These conditions extend beyond mere physical factors, like nutrition and movement. They encompass crucial mental states, like cultivating kindness toward yourself, emotional qualities, like accepting what is while taking appropriate action, and spiritual dimensions, like finding meaning within challenges rather than being defined by them. The interweaving of these diverse dimensions creates your unique experience in each precious moment. No single factor determines your well-being alone, and no single approach can address all aspects of healing. The true wisdom lies in recognizing this inherent complexity without becoming overwhelmed by it, and in taking simple, appropriate actions while maintaining perspective on the larger, ongoing unfolding of your life journey. As you rest now, perhaps quite close to the threshold of sleep, allow all effort, all striving, all need to figure things out to fall away completely. There is nothing you need to solve, nothing you need to control, nothing you need to actively direct in this moment. Simply receive these words, these gentle reminders of what you already know at some deeper, unconscious level, that your body carries profound wisdom, that healing unfolds in its own time and in its own mysterious way, and that beneath whatever challenges you may face, your essential nature remains whole, unharmed, and inherently capable of renewal. The Zen tradition speaks of original face, the aspect of ourselves that exists prior to all conditioning, prior to all experiences, prior to all identifications with temporary states. This original nature remains intact, untouched, and pristine, regardless of your physical condition, your emotional state, or your life circumstances. It isn't damaged by illness, isn't diminished by limitation, isn't defined by any particular experience. Instead, it is the vast, boundless awareness that holds all experience within its spacious, compassionate embrace. Connecting with this original nature, even for a fleeting moment, brings a profound sense of peace. This peace arises not because external conditions have magically changed, but because we recognize something within us that remains utterly untouched by changing conditions. This recognition does not eliminate physical challenges, but profoundly transforms our relationship with them, shifting from identification to compassionate witnessing. As you drift towards sleep, Allow yourself to rest in this witnessing awareness, the aspect of yourself that notices sensations, thoughts, and emotions without becoming completely identified with their content. This spacious noticing creates ample room for healing to unfold, for transformation to occur, and for the natural movement toward balance that is your inherent birthright. The Buddha offered a beautiful metaphor for this relationship. With experience, he suggested seeing sensations, thoughts, and emotions as clouds passing through the vast sky of our awareness. No matter how dark or stormy the clouds may appear, the sky itself remains unharmed, clear, and unchanged in its fundamental nature. Your basic awareness, your inherent capacity to notice experience, remains intact regardless of what moves through it. Rest now in this sky-like awareness, allowing all experience, sensations, thoughts, emotions, to move naturally without resistance, without grasping, and without unnecessary commentary. In this simple act of allowing a profound healing often begins not through effort or control, but through creating the vast open space where natural intelligence can operate unimpeded. If sleep comes, now receive it as a profound gift. Surrender conscious control to the wisdom that continues to operate far beyond your awareness. If sleep delays, that is perfectly fine as well. Simply resting in gentle awareness brings its own unique restoration, its own deep healing qualities. Either way, know that you are exactly where you need to be in this moment. You are held in the embrace of a universe that includes both challenge and renewal, both difficulty and ease, both the particularity of your unique journey and the universality of experiences shared by all living beings. The Buddhist understanding of interconnection, pratyasamutpada, or dependent origination, reminds us that we are never truly isolated in our experience. We are never completely separate from the intricate dynamic web of life that sustains us in every single moment. Your very breath connects you intimately to the plants and trees that create the oxygen you breathe, to the vast atmosphere that holds it, and to all living beings who share the same essential rhythm of receiving and releasing. Your physical body, in its profound essence, contains elements that have existed since the beginning of time, temporarily configured in this particular, unique form, eventually to return to the greater whole from which they arose. This profound interconnection does not diminish the uniqueness of your individual journey or the specificity of your personal challenges. Rather, it places them within a much larger comforting context, reminding you that whatever difficulties you face them as part of humanity's shared experience, as an integral part of life's ongoing unfolding. The Buddha recognized both the universality of human suffering and, crucially, the universality of the potential for liberation from suffering. This recognition was not depressing or nihilistic. On the contrary, it was profoundly freeing. When we understand that challenges are an intrinsic part of the human condition, we can hold our own difficulties with greater perspective, less personal identification, and a profound sense of shared humanity. As you continue to rest, perhaps very near sleep, now allow this perspective of inner connection to bring a deep sense of being held within something far larger than your individual experience. You are not separate, you are not isolated, but an integral part of the vast, intricate web of life that includes both joy and sorrow, both ease and difficulty, both the particular and the universal. In this profound embrace, you are sustained, supported, and inherently connected to all that is. This realization can bring a profound sense of peace and belonging, even amidst personal challenges, reminding you that you are never truly alone. Toi hiu. Toi se tiep tuk wa joan tiep theomorong noidung, vehin an kai tre trong tuyet, vetro kua kot the trong viek the hien tritwe, va viek bien, tuok jok tan tuok chua ben. Toi segyu nguyen tiechi koang, etzel sendels, siren Tuchumwa Joan va sebao choban ki huan tan. Chapter 12. Embodying Resilience. The bamboo in snow turning poison into medicine. 12.1. The bamboo in snow. The wisdom of yielding strength. The Zen tradition offers a remarkably beautiful and profound teaching through the evocative image of the bamboo in snow. This isn't merely a picturesque scene. It's a powerful metaphor for resilience, adaptability, and the cultivation of an intelligent yielding strength in the face of adversity. When heavy snow falls blanketing the landscape and weighing down branches, the rigid branches of other trees might snap under the immense strain. The bamboo, however, demonstrates a different kind of strength. Because it yields rather than resisting bending low under the accumulating weight of the snow, it allows the heavy snow to gracefully slide off its supple stalks. Once unburdened, the bamboo gently springs back to its original upright position, unharmed and unbroken. Had it tried to remain rigidly upright, fighting directly against the immense weight of the snow, it might have shattered under the strain. This yielding strength, a unique quality that is fundamentally different from either rigid resistance or complete collapse, perfectly exemplifies the middle way that Buddhism so consistently recommends. It teaches us to acknowledge reality as it is, to bend when necessary rather than breaking, while simultaneously maintaining our core integrity, the inner strength and sense of self that allows for restoration and resurgence when conditions inevitably change. Your body, in its profound wisdom, naturally embodies this very wisdom in countless subtle and obvious ways. Consider how your skin yields to pressure and stretches during movement, while miraculously maintaining its essential continuity and protective function. Think of how your lungs effortlessly expand to receive life-giving breath and contract to gently release it without your conscious command. Observe how your heart intelligently adapts its rhythm to changing needs, beating faster during exertion and slowing during rest, all while maintaining its essential life-sustaining function. This dynamic balance between yielding and integrity, between fluid adaptation and unwavering stability, offers a powerful living model for how we might skillfully meet life's challenges. It encourages us to approach difficulties with both acceptance of what is and resilience to navigate the unfolding. It's about finding the sweet spot where we are neither so rigid that we shatter, nor so pliable that we lose our form. As sleep perhaps unfolds, you now carry this potent image of yielding strength into your dreams, into the deep restorative processes that sleep brings. Know that this vital balance between acceptance and action, between surrender and integrity, continues to operate ceaselessly within you, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. Your body inherently knows this wisdom. It has embodied it throughout your entire life in ways both obvious and subtly miraculous, a testament to its profound, innate intelligence. The Buddha taught that true understanding, genuine wisdom, comes not from merely thinking about reality, not from intellectualizing or debating concepts, but from direct, unmediated experience of it. Your body in every single moment offers you this direct experience. It is the raw, unfiltered truth of sensation, rather than the intricate stories or judgments we often construct about sensation. It is the unvarnished reality of how things actually are, rather than how we wish them to be or how we think they should be. When you diligently learn to listen to your body with profound compassion and unwavering clarity, you discover not just information about physical conditions or symptoms, but a deeper, more expansive wisdom about life itself. The challenges you face, whether they are temporary physical discomforts, chronic illnesses, difficult emotional states, or the natural inevitable changes of aging, are not obstacles to your spiritual journey. On the contrary, they are an intrinsic part of its very substance. These experiences, when met with open awareness rather than resistance, become profound doorways to understanding that purely conceptual knowledge, no matter how vast, can never provide. It is through the direct felt experience of difficulty that we often come to know ourselves most intimately, to understand the depths of our resilience, and to cultivate a more profound compassion for both ourselves and others. The Zen tradition speaks powerfully of turning poison into medicine, Tenborin, a concept that embodies the alchemical process of finding the transformative potential within difficult experiences, rather than seeing them only as obstacles to be eliminated or avoided. This alchemical perspective does not deny suffering or romanticize pain. It acknowledges its raw reality, but recognizes that within challenge often lies the very seed of wisdom, of profound compassion, and of a more authentic, deeply rooted connection with both ourselves and the entirety of life. It suggests that adversity, when faced with awareness, can be a catalyst for profound growth. Many individuals who have faced significant physical challenges, whether it's chronic illness or disability, often report that alongside the undeniable difficulty, there came unexpected, profound gifts. These gifts might include a deeper, more visceral appreciation for simple pleasures, a clearer, more discerning recognition of what truly matters in life, a boundless compassion for others who are suffering, or a profound release from concerns that once seemed important but revealed themselves as secondary when health and fundamental well-being were compromised. These gifts do not in any way make suffering desirable or necessary. We naturally and appropriately seek well-being and ease whenever possible. But these gifts remind us that even within our most difficult experiences, possibilities for profound growth, understanding, and transformation remain ever present if we are willing to receive them with an open heart. As you rest now, perhaps deeply asleep, or perhaps still drifting towards sleep, allow your challenges, whatever they may be, to be held within this larger, compassionate perspective. See them not just as obstacles to be overcome, but as potential teachers offering invaluable wisdom that comfort alone might never provide. This perspective doesn't make difficulties magically disappear, but it can profoundly transform your relationship with them, shifting it from one of opposition and struggle to one of meaningful engagement and understanding. The Buddha compared the spiritual path to a raft crossing a river. It is not an end in itself, but a vehicle for traversing challenging waters to reach a further shore, a state of greater liberation. Similarly, the various perspectives, insights, and practices we've explored throughout this journey, from mindful breathing and body scans to concepts like Shinshin Ichin-yo and the middle way, are not ends in themselves, Instead, they are powerful potential supports for your unique journey toward greater wholeness, deeper understanding, and a profound sense of ease within whatever circumstances life presents. Some of these approaches may resonate deeply and immediately with your experience, sparking a sense of recognition or profound relief. Others might feel less relevant, perhaps even distant or unfamiliar. Trust this resonance. Trust this intuitive recognition, this inner yes that acknowledges what genuinely serves your particular journey right now. And take what's helpful, absorb it, integrate it, and leave the rest gently aside without judgment or the need to force it. Use these teachings and perspectives as generous offerings rather than rigid prescriptions, as hopeful possibilities rather than unyielding absolutes. The path of healing is deeply personal, dynamic, and unique to each individual, and your inner wisdom is the ultimate guide in discerning what serves you best at each step. This approach liberates you from the pressure of adhering to a one-size-fits-all solution and empowers you to curate your own authentic path of well-being. The Zen tradition consistently emphasizes direct experience over conceptual understanding. It values knowing through embodied awareness rather than through thought alone. As you rest, now allow these teachings to be absorbed, not just by your thinking mind, but by your entire being, your body, your heart, and your spirit, integrated in the profound wholeness that is your birthright, regardless of external conditions. Sleep now if sleep comes, or rest in gentle awareness if sleep delays. Either way, know that healing processes continue ceaselessly, that your body's wisdom operates far beyond conscious control, and that beneath whatever challenges you may face, your essential nature remains whole, untouched, and luminous with possibility. The ancient Zen masters recognized that our true nature is like the sun. Sometimes it may be temporarily obscured by clouds of pain, illness, difficult emotions, or limiting thoughts, but it is never actually diminished by them. The sun does not cease to shine simply because clouds momentarily block its view from Earth. Similarly, whatever pain, illness, or limitation you may be experiencing, it exists as weather passing through the vast sky of your awareness, rather than defining or limiting what you essentially are. It is an experience, not your identity. Rest now in this profound recognition as sleep perhaps unfolds you completely. You are not separate from your physical experience, but you are also not entirely defined by it. You are both particular in your unique human journey and universal in your deep connection to all living beings. You are both accepting of what is in this moment and profoundly open to the healing that continues to unfold in its own time, in its own mysterious way. May your rest be deep and restorative. May your body receive the gentle care it deserves. May your heart find ease amidst whatever challenges you face. May your spirit recognize its inherent completeness, its fundamental wholeness, even within the ever-changing circumstances of physical life. May you know yourself as both this particular human form with its unique journey and the boundless awareness that holds all experience with compassionate understanding. Rest now in this dual recognition, both the specific truth of your current experience and the larger timeless truth of your fundamental wholeness. As you continue to rest deeply, perhaps very near sleep, now allow this message of balance to permeate your being. It's not about perfect adherence to an external standard, but attentive care that responds to your actual needs in this moment, in this body, in these circumstances. Sleep is a profound teacher in the Buddhist understanding, a natural cycle that reminds us of the rhythm of letting go and returning, of surrendering conscious control and trusting deeper processes to restore and regenerate without our direction. Each night, we practice a kind of small death, releasing identification with our waking self and entering states of consciousness quite different from our daytime awareness. This nightly surrender offers practice for the greater surrenders life inevitably brings. Times of transition, of loss, of transformation that require releasing what was in order to allow what's emerging. When we resist sleep through worry, through stimulation, through unwillingness to let go of conscious control, we often create suffering beyond the simple fact of being awake, when rest would serve us better. Zen practice doesn't try to force sleep, but creates conditions where it can naturally arise. Rather than struggling against wakefulness, we simply rest in present awareness, allowing the body and mind to find their natural rhythm. This non-striving approach often allows the nervous system to shift gradually from alertness to restfulness, creating internal conditions conducive to sleep. If you're growing sleepy as you listen to these words, simply allow this natural process to unfold. There's nothing you need to do except receive the gift of rest that your body is offering. If sleep doesn't come immediately, that's perfectly fine as well. Simply resting in gentle awareness brings its own restoration, its own healing qualities. The Buddha recognized that while we can create conditions that support rest and renewal, we cannot ultimately control the precise unfolding of natural processes. This recognition brings a certain freedom, the freedom of surrendering what we cannot control while attending skillfully to what we can influence. As you rest now, perhaps drifting between wakefulness and sleep, know that healing processes continue whether you're conscious of them or not. Your remarkable body continues its work of restoration, of balance, of regeneration without requiring your conscious direction. This natural intelligence has sustained you throughout your life, operating with intricate precision beyond what conscious thought could possibly orchestrate. Your role is simply to create supportive conditions. Conditions of kindness rather than judgment, of appropriate care rather than neglect or obsession, of trust in natural process rather than anxious control. Within these supportive conditions, your body's wisdom naturally moves toward whatever balance is possible in your current circumstances. The Zen tradition speaks of our original nature as being like water, naturally clear, naturally flowing. When water becomes cloudy, it doesn't require elaborate methods to become clear again. Simply allowing it to be still causes the sediment to gradually settle, revealing the inherent clarity that was never actually lost, only temporarily obscured. Similarly, your natural state of well-being often begins to re-emerge when you simply create conditions of restful awareness, allowing the agitation of both body and mind to gradually settle. This settling doesn't require force or special techniques, just the willingness to be present with what is to allow natural processes to operate without interference from anxiety or demand. As you continue to breathe, gently feel the natural weight of your body against whatever is supporting it. Allow yourself to be held completely, to surrender to the embrace of gravity, to release unnecessary tension and effort. This simple allowing creates the space for restoration that effort cannot accomplish. The Buddha taught that everything arises from causes and conditions that nothing exists in isolation. Your current physical state, whatever it may be, has emerged from countless interweaving factors, some within your control and many beyond it. This understanding can bring a certain ease, relieving the burden of believing that you should somehow have complete control over your bodily experience. At the same time, recognizing causes and conditions reveals where skillful influence is possible, not through force or rigid control, but through creating supportive conditions where well-being can naturally flourish. These conditions include not just physical factors like nutrition and movement, but also mental states like kindness toward yourself, emotional qualities like acceptance of what is while taking appropriate action, and spiritual dimensions like finding meaning within challenge rather than being defined by it. The interweaving of these dimensions creates your unique experience in each moment. No single factor determines your well-being, and no single approach addresses all aspects of healing. The wisdom lies in recognizing this complexity without becoming overwhelmed by it, in taking simple, appropriate actions while maintaining perspective on the larger unfolding of your life journey. As you rest now, perhaps quite close to sleep, allow all effort to fall away. There's nothing you need to figure out, nothing you need to solve or control in this moment. Simply receive in these words these gentle reminders of what you already know at some level, that your body carries profound wisdom, that healing unfolds in its own time and way, that beneath whatever challenges you may face, your essential nature remains whole, unharmed, capable of renewal. The Zen tradition speaks of original face, the aspect of ourselves that exists prior to all conditioning, all experiences, all identifications with temporary states. This original nature remains intact, regardless of physical condition, emotional state, or life circumstances. It isn't damaged by illness, isn't diminished by limitation, isn't defined by any particular experience, but rather holds all experience within its spacious awareness. Connecting with this original nature brings a profound sense of peace, not because external conditions have changed, but because we recognize something within us that remains untouched by changing conditions. This recognition doesn't eliminate physical challenges, but transforms our relationship with them from identification to compassionate witnessing. As you drift towards sleep, allow yourself to rest in this witnessing awareness. This is the aspect of yourself that notices sensations, thoughts, and emotions without becoming completely identified with their content. This spacious noticing creates room for healing, for transformation, for the natural movement toward balance that is your birthright. The Buddha offered a beautiful metaphor for this relationship with experience. He suggested seeing sensations, thoughts, and emotions as clouds passing through the sky of our awareness. No matter how dark or stormy the clouds, the sky itself remains unharmed, unchanged in its fundamental nature. Your basic awareness, your capacity to notice experience, remains intact, regardless of what moves through it. Rest now in this sky-like awareness, allowing all experience to move naturally, without resistance, without grasping, without unnecessary commentary. In this simple allowing, a profound healing often begins not through effort or control, but through creating space where natural intelligence can operate unimpeded. If sleep comes, now receive it as a gift, surrendering conscious control to the wisdom that continues to operate beyond your awareness. If sleep delays, that's perfectly fine as well. Simply resting in gentle awareness, brings its own restoration, its own healing qualities. Either way, know that you're exactly where you need to be in this moment, held in the embrace of a universe that includes both challenge and renewal, both difficulty and ease, both the particularity of your unique journey and the universality of experiences shared by all living beings. The Buddhist understanding of interconnection reminds us that we're never truly isolated in our experience, never completely separate from the web of life that sustains us in every moment. Your breath connects you to the plants that create oxygen, to the atmosphere that holds it to all beings who share this essential rhythm of receiving and releasing. Your body contains elements that have existed since the beginning of time, temporarily configured in this particular form, eventually to return to the greater whole from which they arose. This interconnection doesn't eliminate the uniqueness of your journey or the specificity of your challenges. Rather, it places them within a larger context, reminding you that whatever difficulties you face them as part of humanity's shared experience, as part of life's ongoing unfolding. The Buddha recognized both the universality of human suffering and the universality of the potential for liberation from suffering. This recognition was not depressing, but profoundly freeing. When we understand that challenges are part of the human condition, we can hold our own difficulties with greater perspective and less personal identification as you continue to rest, perhaps very near sleep. Now allow this perspective of interconnection to bring a sense of being held within something larger than your individual experience. Not separate, not isolated, but part of the vast web of life that includes both joy and sorrow, both ease and difficulty, both the particular and the universal. The Zen tradition offers a beautiful teaching through the image of bamboo in snow. When heavy snow falls, the bamboo bends low under its weight. Because it yields rather than resisting the snow, eventually slides off, and the bamboo springs back to its original position. Had it tried to remain rigidly upright, fighting against the weight of snow, it might have broken under the strain. This yield in strength, different from either rigid resistance or complete collapse, exemplifies the middle way that Buddhism recommends. We acknowledge reality as it is bending when necessary, rather than breaking, while maintaining our core integrity that allows restoration when conditions change. Your body naturally embodies this wisdom in countless ways. Consider how your skin yields to pressure while maintaining its essential continuity, how your lungs expand to receive breath and contract to release it, how your heart adapts its rhythm to changing needs while maintaining its essential function. This dynamic balance between yielding and integrity, between adaptation and stability, offers a model for how we might meet life's challenges with both acceptance and resilience. As sleep perhaps unfolds, you now carry this image of yielding strength into your dreams, into the deep restoration that sleep brings. Know that this balance between acceptance and action, between surrender and integrity, continues to operate whether you're conscious of it or not. Your body knows this wisdom, intimately has embodied it throughout your life in ways both obvious and subtle. The Buddha taught that understanding comes not from thinking about reality, but from direct experience of it. Your body offers you this direct experience, moment by moment. The truth of sensation rather than stories about sensation. The reality of how things are rather than how you think they should be. When you learn to listen to your body with compassion and clarity, you discover not just information about physical conditions, but wisdom about life itself. The challenges you face, whether temporary discomfort, chronic illness, emotional difficulty, or the natural changes of aging, aren't obstacles to your spiritual journey, but part of its very substance. These experiences, met with awareness rather than resistance, become doorways to understanding that conceptual knowledge alone cannot provide. The Zen tradition speaks of turning poison into medicine, finding the transformative potential within difficult experiences, rather than seeing them only as obstacles to be eliminated. This alchemical perspective doesn't deny suffering, but recognizes that within challenge often lies the seed of wisdom, of compassion, of more authentic connection with both ourselves and others. Many who have faced significant physical challenges report that alongside the undeniable difficulty came unexpected gifts, deeper appreciation for simple pleasures, clearer recognition of what truly matters, greater compassion for others, suffering release from concerns that once seemed important but revealed themselves as secondary when health was compromised. These gifts don't make suffering desirable or necessary. We naturally seek well-being and ease when possible, but they remind us that even within our most difficult experiences, possibilities for growth and understanding remain present if we're willing to receive them. As you rest now, perhaps deeply asleep, or perhaps still drifting towards sleep, allow your challenges, whatever they may be, to be held within this larger perspective. Not just obstacles to be overcome, but potential teachers offering wisdom that comfort alone might never provide. This perspective doesn't make difficulties disappear, but can transform your relationship with them from opposition to meaningful engagement. The Buddha compared the spiritual path to a raft crossing a river, not an end in itself, but a vehicle for traversing challenging waters to reach a further shore. Similarly, the perspectives and practices we've explored aren't ends in themselves, but potential supports for your unique journey toward greater wholeness, understanding, and ease within whatever circumstances life presents. Some of these approaches may resonate deeply with your experience, while others feel less relevant. Trust this resonance, this intuitive recognition of what serves your particular journey. Take what's helpful and leave the rest, using these teachings as possibilities rather than prescriptions. The Zen tradition emphasizes direct experience over conceptual understanding, knowing through embodied awareness rather than thought alone. As you rest now, allow these teachings to be absorbed not just by your thinking mind, but by your entire being, body, heart, and spirit, integrated in the wholeness that is your birthright, regardless of external conditions. Sleep now if sleep comes, or rest in gentle awareness if sleep delays. Either way, know that healing processes continue, that your body's wisdom operates beyond conscious control, that beneath whatever challenges you face, your essential nature remains whole, untouched, luminous with possibility. The ancient Zen masters recognized that our true nature is like the sun, sometimes obscured by clouds, but never actually diminished by them. Whatever pain, illness, or limitation you may be experiencing, it exists as weather passing through the sky of your awareness, rather than defining or limiting what you essentially are. Rest in this recognition as sleep perhaps unfolds you completely. Now, not separate from your physical experience, but not entirely defined by it either. Both particular in your unique journey and universal in your connection to all living beings, both accepting what is in this moment and open to the healing that unfolds in its own time, its own way. May your rest be deep and restorative. May your body receive the care it deserves. May your heart find ease amidst whatever challenges you face. May your spirit recognize its inherent completeness, even within the ever-changing circumstances of physical life. May you know yourself as both this particular human form with its unique journey and the boundless awareness that holds all experience with compassionate understanding. Rest now in this dual recognition, both the specific truth of your current experience and the larger truth of your fundamental wholeness, both the particular wisdom your body offers through its unique pattern of sensations and the universal wisdom that has sustained all beings throughout time, both the vulnerability of your human form and the indestructible nature of the awareness that witnesses this vulnerability with compassionate presence. In this recognition, healing unfolds naturally, not always as cure in the conventional sense, but as the restoration of wholeness at levels deeper than physical condition alone. This healing continues whether you're conscious of it or not, whether sleep comes quickly or gradually, whether your circumstances change dramatically or remain relatively stable. Your role is simply to create supportive conditions of kindness rather than judgment, of appropriate care rather than neglect or obsession, of trust in natural process rather than anxious control. Within these supportive conditions, your body's wisdom naturally moves toward whatever balance is possible in your current circumstances. The Zen masters remind us that we already possess everything needed for awakening, not as something to achieve through striving, but as our original nature temporarily obscured perhaps, but never actually lost or damaged. This understanding applies to healing as well, not as something to force through willpower, but as the natural expression of a wholeness that already exists beneath whatever temporary conditions may be present. As you rest deeply now, allow this understanding to permeate your being, not as concept to analyze, but as direct recognition of what is already true, already present, already whole within you, regardless of external circumstances or physical condition. May this recognition bring profound peace, not because problems have disappeared, but because they're held within a larger context that includes both challenge and renewal, both difficulty and ease, both the particularity of your journey and the universality of experiences shared by all living beings. Sleep now in this peace, this recognition, this gentle acceptance of what is while remaining open to the healing that unfolds in its own time, its own way. Your body knows the path of restoration. Your heart knows the way to ease. Your spirit recognizes its original completeness, even amidst temporary conditions of limitation or pain. Trust this knowing as sleep perhaps embraces you completely now, not separate from your physical experience, but not entirely defined by it either, both particular in your unique journey and universal in your connection to all living beings, both accepting what is in this moment and open to the transformation that continues whether you're aware of it or not. The Zen tradition speaks of great rest, not just physical sleep, but the profound ease that comes from recognizing our true nature beneath all temporary conditions. May you discover this great rest, now this peace that isn't dependent on external circumstances, but arises from direct recognition of what remains whole, untouched, complete regardless of life's inevitable changes. This great rest reveals itself in moments of complete acceptance, when we stop struggling against what is and simply allow ourselves to be as we are where we are. In this allowing, something shifts, not in our external circumstances perhaps, but in our relationship with them. The pain that seemed intolerable when fought against becomes workable when met with spacious awareness. The limitation that felt like prison when resisted becomes simply a parameter of our current experience when acknowledged with kindness. Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki offered this profound guidance. In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. This beginner's mind, approaching each moment fresh without preconceptions about what should or shouldn't be happening, creates space for new possibilities that our habitual patterns of thinking might never discover. When we meet our body sensations with this beginner's mind, we sometimes find that what seemed solid and unchangeable is actually fluid, always in process. As you rest now, perhaps drifting in and out of sleep, imagine approaching your physical experience with this quality of not knowing, of genuine curiosity rather than fixed ideas. What might you discover if you temporarily set aside your interpretations of sensations and simply felt them directly without the overlay of concepts or judgments? This direct experiencing often reveals subtleties and nuances that our quick categorizations miss entirely. The Buddha taught that our suffering often comes not from pain itself, but from our response to pain, our resistance to it, our stories about what it means, our identification with it as defining who we are. When pain arises, we naturally want to push it away, to fix it, to make it stop. This fighting energy creates tension in both body and mind, often amplifying the very discomfort we're trying to escape. Zen practice offers a different possibility, meeting pain with kind awareness rather than opposition. This doesn't mean passive resignation to suffering, but active engagement with reality as it is in this moment. Neither denying difficulties nor becoming defined by them. In this engaged presence, we often discover a freedom that fighting against pain can never provide. The freedom to be with our experience exactly as it is while remaining connected to the awareness that is larger than any particular sensation or emotion. The ancient Zen masters compared our true nature to the vast sky, boundless clear, unchanged by whatever weather passes through it. Clouds may temporarily obscure portions of the sky from view, but they never diminish its fundamental nature. Similarly, pain, illness, or limitation may temporarily dominate our awareness, but they don't reduce or damage the essential consciousness that witnesses these experiences. As you continue to rest, perhaps moving deeper into sleep, now allow yourself to sense the skylight quality of your awareness, the spaciousness that holds all experience without itself being damaged or diminished by what moves through it. This recognition brings a profound peace that doesn't depend on the absence of difficulty, but arises from connecting with what remains whole regardless of temporary conditions. Zen teacher John Dido Loori described this state as the stillness in the center of activity. Even in the midst of physical discomfort or profound emotional challenge, this stillness remains profoundly available to us. It's not something we need to achieve through strenuous effort or relentless striving, but rather our original nature, perhaps temporarily obscured by the clouds of experience, but never actually lost or damaged. When we recognize this stillness, even for a fleeting moment, it brings a quality of ease that effort alone can never produce. This ease doesn't imply that all our problems instantly disappear. Your body may still experience pain. Your mind may still generate worried or anxious thoughts. Your heart may still feel the weight of difficult emotions. But these experiences are held differently when we recognize the spacious awareness within which they arise. Like waves on the vast ocean, they are real and sometimes powerful, but they do not define or limit the immense vastness of the water itself. The Buddhist understanding of interdependence reminds us that nothing exists in isolation. Everything arises in intricate relationship to countless other factors. Your current physical state, whatever it may be, emerges from the complex interplay of genetics, your environment, past experiences, present circumstances, and many other elements, both known and unknown. This understanding helps us avoid both excessive self-blame for conditions we didn't deliberately create and unrealistic expectations about quick or complete transformation. At the same time, recognizing interdependence profoundly reveals the many points where skillful influence is possible. While we may not be able to immediately change long-established physical patterns through willpower alone, we can create conditions that support gradual healing and greater ease. These conditions include kind attention rather than harsh judgment, appropriate care rather than neglect or obsession, and patience with the process rather than a demand for immediate results. As you breathe gently, allowing sleep to come in its own time, consider deeply how your relationship with your body might shift if you approached it not as something broken to be fixed or an enemy to be conquered, but as a wise companion on your journey. Sometimes challenging, yes, but also constantly working toward balance, constantly communicating important information, constantly supporting your life in countless ways you may not even consciously notice. The Zen tradition offers a beautiful teaching through the parable of the ox herder. In this ancient series of images, a young herder searches everywhere for his lost ox, which represents our true nature that seems to be missing. After much seeking, he discovers the ox's footprints, then glimpses the ox itself, then gradually learns to work with it rather than fighting against it, and finally rides the ox home in perfect harmony. This parable profoundly illustrates our journey with the body as well. We often begin by feeling disconnected from our physical experience, either ignoring its messages until they become too loud to dismiss, or fighting against them as unwelcome intrusions. Gradually, we learn to recognize the body's communications, to work with its wisdom rather than against it, and eventually to experience a harmony between awareness and physical form that transforms our entire relationship with embodiment. This harmony doesn't mean perfect health or complete freedom from discomfort. Rather, it represents a profound integration where we neither ignore the body's reality nor become completely identified with it, where we honor its messages while recognizing that we are more than our temporary physical conditions. The Buddha described this middle way between extremes as the path of liberation. It's neither the extreme of ignoring the body's needs in pursuit of purely spiritual aims, nor the extreme of being so identified with physical experience that we miss the larger context of awareness within which all sensations arise. This balanced approach honors both our embodied nature and the boundless consciousness that witnesses and holds this embodiment with compassionate presence. As you rest now, perhaps drifting more deeply towards sleep, allow this balance to permeate your being, not fighting against whatever physical sensations are present, not ignoring them, but simply allowing them to be held in kind awareness. This is the same awareness that has been with you throughout your entire life, witnessing all your experiences without itself being damaged by any of them. The Zen tradition speaks of our original face, the aspect of ourselves that exists prior to all conditioning, all identification with temporary states, all stories about who we are or should be. This original nature remains whole, regardless of physical condition, emotional state, or life circumstances. It isn't something to achieve through striving, but our birthright as conscious beings available whenever we step back from complete immersion in thought and sensation to rest in simple presence. This presence has a quality of inherent peacefulness, not because it denies difficulties, but because it holds them within a larger context that includes both challenge and ease, both limitation and possibility, both the specificity of our individual journey and the universality of experiences shared by all living beings. When we connect with this presence even briefly, something profoundly shifts in our relationship with whatever difficulties we face. The shift isn't always dramatic or immediately apparent. It might simply be a subtle sense of having more internal space, of not being completely identified with or defined by pain or limitation, of recognizing that while part of our experience involves suffering, another part remains untouched by it. This is the clear witnessing awareness that has been with us since birth and remains constant amid all of life's changes. As you breathe gently, perhaps very near sleep, now allow yourself to rest in this witnessing awareness, not as a concept to think about, but as a direct experience of what is already present, already whole within you. This resting requires no effort, no special technique, no achievement or goal. It's simply a recognition of what has been here all along, the consciousness that perceives sensation without being damaged by it, that notices thoughts without being defined by them, that feels emotions without becoming lost in them. The great Zen master Dogen wrote, "To study the Buddha way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be actualized by myriad things." This profound teaching points to the freedom that comes when we're no longer completely identified with our temporary conditions. When we recognize that while we experience pain, limitation, or difficulty, we are not these experiences. They move through the field of our awareness, like clouds through the sky, sometimes dominating our attention, but never diminishing our essential nature. This recognition brings a profound peace that doesn't depend on the absence of problems, but on a different relationship with them, neither fighting against reality as it is in this moment, nor resigning ourselves to suffering as inevitable and unchangeable. The middle way acknowledges difficulties while remaining open to the possibility of transformation. It accepts current limitations while taking appropriate action to create conditions that support healing and balance. The Buddha taught that everything changes, everything flows. This fundamental impermanence applies to physical conditions as much as to any other aspect of life. The pain that seems unbearable in one moment shifts slightly in the next. The limitation that feels permanent gradually transforms over time. The illness that dominates awareness today becomes part of a larger life story that includes both challenge and renewal, both difficulty and ease. This understanding of impermanence doesn't guarantee that all problems will disappear or that all illnesses will be cured. It simply reminds us that nothing remains exactly the same forever, that even within chronic conditions, there is movement, fluctuation, and change that creates openings for new possibilities we might never imagine if we see our situation as fixed and unchangeable. As you rest now, perhaps deeply asleep, or perhaps still drifting towards sleep, allow this recognition of flow to bring a sense of spaciousness to your experience, not denying whatever challenges you face, but holding them within the larger context of constant change, constant transformation, constant renewal that characterizes all living systems, including your remarkable body with its innate capacity for adaptation, compensation, and healing that continues whether you're conscious of it or not. The Zen tradition offers a beautiful image through the Japanese practice of kintsugi, repairing broken pottery with gold lacquer. Rather than trying to hide the cracks or damages, this art form highlights them with precious metal, creating an object that is arguably more beautiful and certainly more unique after being broken and repaired than it was in its original state. This practice offers a profound metaphor for our relationship with physical challenges. The breaks and damages aren't denied or hidden, but acknowledged and integrated into a new whole that includes both the original form and the history of its transformation. The result isn't devalued because of its imperfections, but recognized as uniquely beautiful precisely because of how it has been broken and healed. Similarly, our bodies, with their various injuries, illnesses, and imperfections, aren't less valuable or less worthy of care than some idealized perfect form that exists only in imagination. The marks of our journey, the literal and metaphorical scars, limitations, and adaptations, become part of our unique expression of being human. They are neither to be ashamed of, nor to be particularly proud of, but simply to be acknowledged as integral aspects of our complete experience. This perspective doesn't romanticize suffering or suggest that illness or disability is necessary for spiritual growth. It simply recognizes that within the reality of physical challenges, which are part of every human life, to some degree, there exists the possibility of integration rather than fragmentation, of including our difficulties within a larger sense of wholeness rather than seeing them as evidence that something is fundamentally wrong with us or our lives. The Buddha taught that suffering arises when we resist reality, as it is when we insist that things should be different than they are in this moment. This teaching doesn't mean passive resignation to conditions that could be improved. It means beginning from clear recognition of what actually is without the additional suffering that comes from denial, from fighting against what cannot be immediately changed, or from believing we should somehow be exempt from the vulnerability that is part of being human. From this clear seeing, appropriate action naturally arises. It stems not from rejection of reality, but from compassionate response to it. We seek treatment for illness, not because sickness shouldn't exist, but because alleviating suffering when possible is the natural expression of wisdom and compassion. We adapt to limitations, not because we've given up on healing, but because working skillfully with current conditions creates more possibility than denying or fighting against them. As you continue to rest, perhaps deeply asleep now, allow this balanced perspective to permeate your being, not denying difficulties, not exaggerating them, but holding them within the larger context of a life that includes both challenge and joy, both limitation and possibility, both the specificity of your unique journey and the universality of experiences shared by all living beings. The Zen masters remind us that enlightenment isn't found by escaping our human condition, but by fully entering it, by being completely present with what is rather than constantly seeking something different or something more. This presence doesn't eliminate problems, but transforms our relationship with them from opposition to integration, from rejection to acknowledgement, from identification to compassionate witnessing. This witnessing awareness has been with you throughout your entire life, perceiving all your experiences without itself being damaged by any of them, recognizing all sensations without being defined by them, holding both joy and sorrow with the same spacious presence. It remains available in this moment, regardless of your physical condition or emotional state, as the ground of your being that exists prior to all temporary circumstances and continues beyond them. Rest now in this awareness as sleep perhaps holds you in its gentle embrace. Not striving, not seeking, not trying to change anything, but simply allowing natural processes to unfold in their own time, in their own way. Your conscious mind can rest, completely trusting the wisdom that continues operating beyond thought, beyond effort, beyond control. May your sleep be deep and restorative. May your dreams be peaceful. May you wake refreshed and renewed, carrying the gentle wisdom of these teachings into your day. And may all beings find this same peace, this same recognition of their fundamental wholeness, regardless of external conditions or temporary limitations. Rest now in the embrace of this universal wish for well-being that includes both yourself and all living creatures. Not separate, not isolated, but part of the vast web of life that has sustained all beings throughout time and continues to support you in this moment, in this breath, in this gentle letting go into sleep and restoration.